The Pot Brothers at Law interview.
Oh, okay. Pot Brothers at Law interview.
It's
And if you Google that, you'll be able to find it. And if you stay right here, you'll be able to hear it and look at my mug or the side of my mug. Or maybe I'll try to reposition the camera so
okay.
I can probably figure it out.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm learning as I go with all this stuff. What's up, Pokemon trainer Colin? That's an unfair question to ask. Can I tell you? I'll tell you the question I just got asked.
Okay.
How did you get to be so handsome? It's a question right here on the screen. I mean, my parents. Well, not my dad. My mom, I guess.
Handsome is a state of mind. It's you generate handsomeness. It's the confidence that you have in yourself that makes you a beautiful person.
You know what? Do a little. Can you guys hear the phone? It's coming out over here.
Hey, Chris, Dave, Jackie. Hey. I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh, I was just telling you to say something. I wanted to see if they could pick it up.
Hey, everybody. Trendy Nate from Northern California here, up here in the mountains, growing some cannabis. How's it going, everyone?
And actually, I don't know if any of you, let me know if you heard that. And then now I'm going to plug in my mic. And
right on, Samantha.
Right
I've got some of your followers. Some of your followers are coming into my show right now. Well, I've gone ahead and I went live.
Excellent.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
David C. Baker, what's up, buddy?
Okay, so we'll see. We've got lots of options for the show tonight. Wash out, there you go. What's up, Eric? We said that, yeah, but we're going to be getting off of Facebook. Facebook's going to, you got to make the switch to Twitch. You know?
Make the switch to Twitch.
I do not know Cal Public Watch. I don't know them. You know what? 710-420. I have heard of her. That rings a bell. That attorney's name rings a bell, but I have to do some digging. I think I know who that is. Gregory Patrick Detmar, what's up in Philadelphia? Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the hashtag.
Tonka. Hey, bro.
Make the switch to Twitch. And you can catch the interview that's going down with Trendy Ask Dad. We're going to start at 7 o'clock. Getting to the last of the questions over here.
Hey, Mike. Hippie chick. Hello.
Kevin Bailey, what's up? Thank you. Likewise. All right, there we go. Maxon. Yes, that was in Florida, right? That was the one in Florida. Send me some more information on that. I'd like to look into it. Keystoners, Kevin Bailey. Dude, send me a message. Send me an email, please, to set that up.
Quarter of the hour.
SPCglobal.net.
Cannabisism, tism for all. Cheers, everybody. No law regarding cannabis.
Bring you in where? What? Oh. No. What's up, Linda? Good to see you. You're still having some problems with that Prime. I don't know how that works. I wish I did. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate that. Very kind of ya. Seth Hafer in South Dakota. Jenny McCarty. Yeah. See, now I'm just getting to where Big Bro got in here. He did have that along. He always deflected that and appreciate that, Chris.
Tasty.
Thanks, Chris.
Tasty.
You're having a good time.
Orange bud. Oily.
We're gonna be here.
So exciting.
Doing this interview, Andy Glenn. My brother gave me my brother did. Well, I stole it. I was sneaking in his room. Thanks, Linda. I make the switch to Twitch to see the rest of it. Likewise. What's up, Jenny Bacardi? Hey, Mr. Jukebox, have a good one. Absolutely, Tommy. All that stuff should be part of all the history books. It's ridiculous.
Got some paint oil in my
We
beard.
gotta get it off of Facebook because we don't want to be in Facebook. What do they call it? Facebook
Jail.
quarantine.
Facebook jail.
Or maybe smoking a joint or something like that. Facebook. You never know. I don't know. So we just broadcast over Twitch for that. So we take that out. I don't. If you
Hey, Kat.
if you put in Pop Brothers at Law interview, the links should come up if you Google it. Is what I was told.
Yes, Pop Brothers at Law interview. And we are live.
NLC, when the cops ask if there's a firearm in your car, do you have to answer? If you have a concealed carry permit, you must tell the cops you have a concealed carry permit. And you have a weapon and where it is. That's the only time you talk to the cops other than the 25 words and shut the fuck up.
That's right. That's right.
I have not read that yet, Half-Man Shark. We'll have to address that later regarding Attorney General Barr's personal anti-dispensary crusade. Thanks for the link, and we will take a look. Thank you, Soul Tactic Caltium. Thank you for making the switch to Twitch. I remember Monique and yes. Give us the call. We'll give you that discounted console. You work with the distribution company, I think, if I remember correctly.
The brothers arrived.
Shake is calling out my brother, says he's drunk. I don't think he's drunk. No. Well, let's see.
I'm not drunk whatsoever. Hey, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, bro.
He's up. He made it on Zoom. He said he's not. Hey, Shake116 on Twitch said you're drunk.
I'm not. I'm far from drunk.
He's far from drunk. He's not drunk.
I'm drunk. I spent.
But he's gonna be high. He's gonna be high.
He's drunk on work. He's drunk on work.
That was a long day. I tried pouring through 150 pages of 3 different sets of documents for a $4.1 million transfer to the cannabis business, and that'll get you fucking drunk.
Wow. Big cannabis.
Well, that's what I did all day. I'm a little exhausted, so they might think I'm drunk, but I'm not even close. I am gonna get started though. I'm gonna do both.
Heel yield.
You do you, big brother. You
Hell
do
yeah.
you. All right, I'm removing our Facebook audience.
And you're more than welcome to broadcast this from any source that I'm putting it out on if you want to do it live, however you want.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. This is great.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this, and actually, how's that work? How do I look for you?
I can't see you.
I see him and he looks beautiful, like he always does. He's very impressive. Very impressive with his appearance.
I can't hear him either.
You can't hear me?
I can't hear him.
Oh,
I'm kidding. I'm
Okay.
kidding.
okay. All right, well, I'm gonna hit this bong. I call it, it's 4:20 right now in Newfoundland. It's 10 minutes till. It's 10 minutes till. It means it's 4:20 in Newfoundland. So we do a smoke sesh. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabism is for all. Cheers to both of you and to all the audience members that are watching this now and in the future. We love you all. Thank you so much for joining us.
Cheers. It's 4:20
Cheers.
in Finland. We just
New-
opened the show
Newfoundland.
on Bendy Aztec. And everybody tuning in here on our feed here from YouTube and Twitch. I will get to all your questions and comments after I'm done with this interview.
Like the smoke rings.
He's making smoke rings.
Thank you, guys.
I'm out in the backyard, so the wind's fucking me up.
Right? And I've got my AC blowing at my back. So I'm trying to use my shoulders as a shield.
I've got growers.
No
I got a
shit.
guy who just got a huge license up there in Lake Alley.
It's probably my friend. probably my buddy.
Probably. It's only still big.
He camped out to get that license, like at a rock concert when you wait to go get tickets. They camped out for a night, and he said he was the third in line to get that license.
Wow.
Yeah, they were only giving out 10 or
That's
20
what
of
it
them.
takes.
Yeah. He's dedicated and devoted, and that's why his plants are so beautiful. They
You
do.
have to
They.
be- You have to be a grower, especially. That's got to be the hardest. To me, it's the hardest part of the supply chain.
It's the most important.
It all starts with the plant.
And what you guys
No plant.
what you guys can't see is the fact that I've got my grow, literally we are superimposed on the grow. So your audience members, if they tune into this, they can see my garden. I've got 6 plants going, and it's a live shot. So you can literally watch. I've got the cannabis trees, and I've got my garden, vegetables growing. I've got right here, I've got zucchinis that I just picked today out of that garden. I'm just showing them off. Pre-interview vegetable show off.
Nice. All right. Monica's husband came over there. Okay, so my brother's not drunk. I'm just clearing that up over on Twitch. Thanks, Jake Crizzle, Landon. I like that. Now we got somebody who added, "Don't be a bitch. Make the switch to Twitch." Appreciate that, man.
Hey,
Go ahead,
Zubin.
25. Yes. Oh, what, did you say you had stomach problems or something? Oh.
We've
How's that, Aiden? Does that work, Glenn?
All right, are we live on yours?
Oh yeah, we're live. We're live.
We're live on everything.
Yeah, we're live. We're hot.
Shit.
I've got because no, I
We're
do
live.
want to talk to you guys in private. Absolutely. I will call you guys after the interview.
Okay.
All right?
Mark, can you hear me okay?
Did you say something?
Don't be a dick.
I can hear you.
Just Trey's breaking up a little bit on me and trying to figure out why.
It's breaking up a little for me too.
You guys on my audio is it okay? Let me just check my audience and ask them, is my sound okay with y'all? And let me just see what I'm using for my audio source here. I'm using the correct
It
audio
pops
source.
A little bit.
I am using the correct audio source. Okay, I'm using my microphones, so I'll bring them closer. Here, does this help if I do this? If I move my microphone closer?
Yeah, a little bit closer maybe.
Okay.
Talk some more.
Hello, check 1, 2, 3. Trendy Ass Dabbers. I don't need whole lots of money. I don't need a big fine car. How's that?
Way better when you're closer.
Okay,
Way
cool.
better for us.
All right. Man,
What link should I? Is there a website link that I can pop in here and put on
for my videos.
for them to link in right now?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Okay, it's youtube.com/c/trendyasdabbers/live. So youtube.com/C, then another /, then Trendy As Dabbers. It's only got one S. It's not ass. It was supposed to be ass, but I mistyped it, so it's as. Trendy As Dabbers. I know, right? It was supposed to be Trendy As Dabbers. There's a whole story behind that. Live.
Did I do the slash the wrong?
It's a /, just like you're doing any email or an address for, not email, but an address in a website, the /.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The top leans to the right.
Okay, I'm popping it in.
So, yeah.
My initial email 30 years ago was law.
That you can actually watch this.
Was law? You didn't have was, it was was. I love it.
I remember that.
Was that for a typo?
Yeah.
In Canada in the house.
We have a little bit in common, I must say. I mean, aside from the whole cannabis thing, and the fact that we both have hashtags, the fact that we both have 4-letter hashtags that we promote, and I think yours is better. But I love STFU. Hashtag STFU. I love it.
Hey, they're all good. They're all good.
Yours, we're at one point during this interview, hopefully. Oh, that was the one question I want to ask you. First question. How much time do you guys have for this interview?
I'll probably pop off after half hour, 45 minutes.
Great. Oh,
My
great.
brother probably could go on.
Great. I got a lot of questions, and my audience is going to be asking questions, and I want to spend some time talking. So great, man. Great. Fantastic. And you want to do 3 hours? You want to do like the whole, you want to do the 3-hour Rogan experience? We could do that too. I'm cool with that. We could get down, we could really get into your inner, deepest, most thoughts and get you to reflect on, just about everything that's going on today.
Chris Mello, we got somebody over here who just purchased the Tosh.0 episode that me and my brother did.
They purchased it.
There
Nice.
you go. We got the Twitch. You said people were coming over there. We posted up your link here. That's where the live feed is starting from.
Right, 6:58. Let the man do his thing.
It's almost top of the hour though, so we're gonna do pre-top of the hour because we have these intervals that we smoke on my show. So I'm gonna smoke right now, top of the hour. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis-ism, tisms for all. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Good idea, X-Von. Thank you. I gotta make sure it sees me. Yes.
You guys are familiar with the Religious Freedom Acts in 25 states in the United States right now? You guys are familiar with that?
No.
The whole oh, I'm not gonna bake you a birthday cake because you're gay thing.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So they passed. So now these laws are passed in 25 states. They're called the Religious Freedom Acts. So that people can discriminate against people using religion as an excuse. So a few years ago, I had an idea. I was like, I'm going to start my own religion. I'm going to call it cannabisism. And then if somebody gets in trouble in one of those 25 states, they're going to be able to use cannabisism as their reason for using that Religious Freedom Act. I always wanted to bounce that off a lawyer.
Hey, why not? You can always try.
I love you guys.
Worst thing can happen is, the worst thing can happen is that it doesn't work.
I love you guys. You guys are the greatest. You're the greatest law team of all time. And I love you.
Well, we appreciate that.
Okay, it's been a great interview. Let's hear it for the Pot Brothers at Law. Fantastic. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Going downstairs.
Come back up those stairs. We're just getting started here. So yeah, let's start this interview, guys. These are the Pot Brothers at Law, and I'm Trendy Nay. This is Trendy As Dabbers for those of you who are just tuning into the channel. And I just want to say I'm honored to have these guys here. I've been watching them. My friend Eddie told me about them, and I went and I checked them out, and I was like, why haven't I been watching these guys more? They're fantastic, very entertaining, and not just giving you legal advice, free legal advice on the internet, which is fantastic. They're getting high with you. They're educating you, and they're entertaining you. They're funny. They're the kind of people you want to drink a beer with. You ever heard that expression? I want to go drink a beer with somebody. These are those kinds of guys. These are the kinds of guys that they're talking about. I want to go drink a beer with those guys. So I hope that you guys enjoy this interview. I've got a lot of questions, and if you guys have any other questions that you want to add, just add them here in the chat or tweet them. I'm not checking the Twitter feed, but it's fun to receive tweets from you anyway. But put them in the chat, and I'll write them down, and we will, if I haven't already written them down. So let's get started. Will you guys please introduce yourselves? Because I know that your name is Mark. This is the one with the glasses, and I don't know your brother's name.
Big brother.
Craig.
Chris?
Craig.
Craig.
It's Mark and Craig Wasserman.
Mark.
Yes.
Mark.
I'm Mark. He's Craig.
Craig. Okay.
I'm Craig, or otherwise Big Brother and Little Brother.
I'm really high, and I probably just called you the wrong name. So that's hilarious. It's a great way to start an interview.
He's Fred Johnson.
Okay, Craig and Mark. I've got it. I got this. So, you guys, when I see you, now you're basically at home doing your thing, and I'm just wondering, I'll just to start, I'm going to ask Mark first. How have you been holding up with the whole COVID thing? I know that's affected all of us.
I mean, I've been, pretty good considering how close to home it's hit my family. On my wife's side, her sister had it, her brother had it, and they independently got it. They went around each other. They independently got it. One of them, her brother was in the hospital for 4 days, and finally made it out. Sister just had to quarantine, but the worst of it was my mother-in-law, 90 years old, has some dementia, caught a pneumonia, went into the hospital, had COVID, was in the hospital for 5 weeks.
Oh,
and she
man.
was then released, and so she made it home. And, we couldn't visit
Luckily.
any of these people in the hospital. And so, that was hard to go through on that end. But as far as everything else goes, just life in general with my kids and doing the schooling, my wife doing that. I'm working out every day. I took much more to live feeds and the internet. We had to do that for consultations and, general business and court. I was going to court just like this, like we're sitting here.
Wow.
I held my joint down below the camera.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
No, I didn't do that. we were doing video court.
All right.
And, for us, our business, we represent essential businesses. And we represent people still were getting arrested amid the pandemic for operating in the black market, which in California is thriving because of everything. So, work for us maintained, but the way we had to do it, and now we're back in the office wearing masks when we have people come and, dealing with that. But I think overall, it made us stronger and more aware of what's going on and how we can connect with the general public throughout not only the country but the world.
Wow. Is there anything you want to add to that?
I don't worry about all that shit. What was that?
I said, Craig, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, well, I mean, business-wise, he's pretty on point business-wise. I was pretty fortunate. I can't say for a minute that I have 4 kids, and they're all 26 to 33. I couldn't imagine having little kids right now.
Right.
No way. I couldn't imagine.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I was able to work out of my house for over 2.5 months. I have a computer, a phone. I can get into the computer at the office through the internet. I was able to continue working. Started swimming in the pool more. I never did that before. Started taking walks with the wife. Didn't do that before.
Nice.
Been a little silver lining to some of it for me.
Right.
I didn't have to see my brother for 2.5 months in the office.
Right.
That's funny. Ha ha ha. You missed me.
But I mean, the worst part was we have 81 and 86-year-old parents that my dad's got some cancer issues. Otherwise in decent health for that old, but they've been locked up for 3.5, 4. I mean, it's tough not being able to give them hugs. That's probably the worst part of it all.
So how
Other than that, I mean, hung in there. It's you just got to stay strong and
right? How far away do you guys live from each other?
What is it, about a half hour?
Wow, that's far, man. That's far. That is quite a distance.
20 minutes if there's no traffic.
But our office is 3 miles from where I live and like 20 minutes from where he lives.
Right. I gotcha. So, you're the technical one, Craig. If Mark told me you're the technical one, how long ago did you decide to start live streaming? How did you come to realize that live streaming was right for you guys?
Are you talking about Instagram or this live streaming thing now?
Was I talking?
To me.
Was I talking to Craig on the emails, and I thought I was talking to Mark on the emails?
No, you were talking to Mark, but I will butt in now and then.
Okay. I thought he said that you were the technical one.
No, little guy in the suit. Little brother's the technical one.
Oh, okay. Well, then this question goes to Mark. Then, go ahead, Mark. Answer that for me. My bad. Now I know who the technical guru is.
Now you got to repeat the question.
No problem. How did you discover live streaming? What was it that inspired you that would be a correct fit for Pot Brothers at Law?
So, and the live streaming you mean Twitch, basically, right? Getting on Twitch.
I'm referring to when you first started, whatever it was, whatever format it was that
IG.
was it Instagram?
Okay.
That was my question.
Gotcha. So that was.
Go ahead. Give the
what?
short story. Give the short story.
Hold on. I believe we're being interviewed by somebody's show. It's not the Craig show or the Big Brother show. It's not even the Pot Brothers at Law show. It's Friendly as Dabber. And we have a host for the question. And I don't know how he wants it. Could you re-ask the question?
I absolutely will. How did you discover live streaming? I mean, did you see a show on YouTube, or did you see something on Instagram and you're like, oh shit, we could go live and do this too? I'm wondering what it was that you saw that inspired you.
Okay. Yes. That what you just said at the end there was when Instagram started to include its live. That was exactly the deal.
No. He's asking going back to the beginning. Very, very beginning.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. He's talking about when we first went live. You know what?
Trendy, are you asking us when we first went on social media?
Yeah.
No.
When you what inspired you to start live streaming?
Went live.
What inspired you to start live streaming?
So wait, let me Trendy. Let me clear up the confusion of my older brother.
Okay.
He is older, so.
Okay, now I know who the older brother is.
Okay, and he
Craig is the older of the two.
Today, oh yeah, he dyes his hair and everything. So, don't let the gray fool you.
Boss, thrown right under
He
it.
wants you to answer his question.
You created all this now. See?
Answer his question.
Let me explain. I want to clear up the
But
confusion.
Mark, it's 7:10 right now, and we need to smoke right now. So smoke right now. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is a distance for all. Cheers, everybody.
Let's do it.
Happy 7:10.
Happy 710.
Happy 710.
All right, we're ready for it.
Where's my card cap?
What inspired you to start live streaming in the beginning?
Okay, so I'm going to answer it as my brother would like me to.
You may as well.
On January 22nd, 2015, my brother's son, my nephew, known as Jay Cures of West Coast Cure, came to our office and said he had some friends that wanted to do an interview with attorneys and this was, like I said, 2015, and in California, the laws were just changing. Prop 64 was coming.
Oh, right.
They were looking for attorneys.
In 64.
They were looking for attorneys to go on a talk show on the internet called Getting High with Adam and answer questions and smoke pot and they couldn't find attorneys who would come on and do that and smoke openly. So my nephew, being who he is, said, hey, my uncle and my dad will do it, before asking us.
Right.
And so he came into our office, and my big brother over there was more hesitant. I was like, let's go. Where do we go? And he was like, well, wait a minute. We're going to be smoking. What about the bar and this, that, and the other thing? And said, look, we have our recommendations from our physicians. We're going to a private studio. It turned out Be Real TV's studio.
Oh, no shit. Oh, fuck,
And so
man.
We said, sure, when is it? And he said, it's tonight. You got to come.
He's I love the way you're all like, yeah, so we went to Be Real Studio, and you just glossed that one right over, and I'm like, whoa, what? Fuck,
The
bro.
great part about that is we'll bring that back around
Okay.
to the end of 2019 when we actually got in the smoke box with Be Real.
Nice. Wow,
So,
man.
It's a nice, and that it all just happened.
That's
very
cool as
organic.
fuck, bro.
And so we went on that live streaming show at that time. It was live. It was callers were coming in, and we were answering questions, taking dabs, smoking bongs and joints, and doing the whole 9 yards. And that's when the little joke that we had created years before, when we were smoking in the parking lot. Hey, we smoke pot. We're brothers. You know, we're lawyers. We're at law. Pot Brothers at Law. And I actually made a card that said Pot Brothers at Law that I would give to all my cannabis clients back then.
So that's when you came up with the name, because that was one of my questions, and that's when you came up with the name right then?
It was more or less of a joke. No, that
Yeah, it's a joke.
Back like 7, 8 years
It's a joke. Trendy ass dabbers, Pot Brothers at Law. Bro, we've got absolutely nothing in common. I just wanted to reiterate that. Go on, kind sir.
And you have gray hair.
Thank you so
you
much.
have that too.
Thank you so much.
And you leave it gray. You own the gray.
This is
Like
natural.
some of us.
This is totally natural.
You're getting off topic.
Yeah, but I do appreciate the compliments. I appreciate the compliments.
Hair.
I'm gonna take over in a minute.
Now, where was I?
You were we finished up the show with Adam.
Oh,
And
that's right.
after we finished the show, we went and took pictures with Be Real, and my son said who had been bugging us to be on Instagram, and we're like, what, this Instagram? I was over Facebook at the time. This is 5 years ago. And I'm like, yeah,
wow,
you've been putting them
5
off. And so
years.
right then and there, we said, hey, let's do Pot Brothers at Law. So I was the one making up the account, and the reason it has goddamn underscore in between each word is because
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
my
realize when I put in COT, I put a space in. I didn't mean it, so I put a
Because
space.
he knows nothing about the internet.
Oh God, they're living my life over there. You're feeling my pain. You are literally expressing my pain. This is so funny, man. I know exactly what you mean, bro.
It's just real. And we took a picture of Be Real. We looked at the smoke box. David Arquette just got out of the smoke box, lit as fuck. Really cool guy. If you know who that
Cheers,
is.
guys. David Arquette.
Really cool. And we looked at the smoke box when one day we're gonna get in that motherfucker. And then we made up the Popular Law IG. Figured we start doing some, it was 15-second videos back then. We were gonna post like some tips on, like written tips. And then we decided to go with the 15 seconds, and we started getting all kinds of shit in 15 seconds. And it went to a minute, and it went from California law to civil rights law. Fast forward to Mark now getting into live streaming, because there really wasn't live streaming back then, as we know it today, I guess. I mean, there was Twitch all that time, but it was for gamers. That's my understanding. It was mainly gamers is what Twitch was based around. Now Twitch has gone off and added a whole other level of, streamers who are gamers. And it's a whole other thing that's just booming. And that's kind of where we've landed in the Twitch land. But go ahead, Mark. Finish you starting to live stream all the time.
Wait, before Mark goes on, while you're right there, what do you guys use to multi-stream across multiple platforms? What's your base broadcast?
Unplug your mic.
No,
You sound like a mouse. No, Mark, unplug your mic.
You're a ding dong because my mic is not connected to my phone. Ding dong, it's connected to StreamYard.
he sounds like dude, you sound like the little guy in the TV set in Wizard of Oz. No, not Wizard of Oz. No, the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the little kid that was in the TV set, man. Oh my God, you sound just like him.
No, really, what did you do different? What'd you do different? Because you can't hear you.
You still sound like the kid in the TV set, bro. It is so beautiful. It is so fucking beautiful. Man, if I could just think of some narcissistic shit for you to say right now. I'm the greatest. This is my show. If you could start saying like that, if you could just say, Pop Brothers-in-Law is the greatest law firm ever. Our show is the greatest show. You all need it. And if you start talking like that right now, oh man, just play into that voice. Just do it for me. Just do a couple lines. Say something extremely narcissistic. It would be perfect.
What?
Say something narcissistic. Say how great your show is. Say we're the greatest show on earth. Just say it. Say the words.
We got the biggest show on earth.
Oh my god! Oh my god, you're fucking killing me! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh,
Dude, you're killing us.
oh,
What did you
oh my god! Oh my
There,
god!
there, wait.
Oh my god!
What? Hello, is that better?
Yeah, what'd you do?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, you're making me cry.
What, dude? I'm crying. I was crying minutes ago. I was crying a river.
You guys are great. I have nothing to do with that.
Are you smoking? Dude, it's 4:20.
Everybody,
4:20. Look at the time.
now it's 4:20.
It's coming right up. Coming right up. Just in 2 minutes. Everywhere. That's the thing. That's my show. We have these intervals that we smoke throughout the time. We smoke 7 times throughout the clock. Every hour. It's top of the hour. 7:10, quarter of the hour, 4:20, bottom of the hour, quarter of the hour, then Newfoundland 4:20. So what is that? 6 times? We'll smoke every hour. And there's a reason to do it. Cheers. Cheers, guys.
I think we do
Happy
that
420. Oh, well, you're smoking constantly. Are you kidding me? You're smoking constantly. Both of you. You guys are always smoking constantly.
Like 420 somewhere.
Do you know what Mark said on the live stream the other day? He's like, if you tell me to smoke, I will smoke. I was like, oh, listen to this motherfucker. I was like, damn, because I've been doing this for a long time, and I know better than to tell my audience that. And you have no problem. You're like, I'll keep smoking, bro. I smoke all day, bro. It was fucking great. I'm inspired.
I got my dad. Well, thank you very much. And it's all just medicating for me. I would die without it. I wouldn't be able to get through the day. It helps.
Okay, so finish the story.
I thought you finished it.
Fast forward all the boring shit from going from
Into the studio.
Wait, I have to execute.
wait, sitting in dirt at events, at consumption events that no other lawyers would go to, with a 10x10 booth, giving people the advice that we give today. As we started at a 10x10 booth at High Times, maybe was one of the first ones.
See, the boring
It's awesome.
boring part of that is when at 6 in the morning when he was asleep, I was out in the mud putting our booth together and putting the table up and the 10x10 and the banner and make sure we had a TV and we were writing our tips on the booth.
You guys-
handing out cards like a fucking monkey.
You guys sounded like, though, that you really motivated each other. It's a good thing you had each other to kind of, you had more than a stake in, this. So you had your brother there. It's a cool thing.
Well, it started organically happening. So I mean, that's what happened. When our nephew, my nephew, his son, and he had been telling us for 3 years before, you have to get on Instagram, the cannabis community, Instagram, and all this other shit. And for 3 years, we were like, Facebook, and I have 5,000 friends on Facebook, and I advertised for free there. And my brother barely used Facebook at all, but he knew it existed. And then he said, you have to do Instagram. And that night, like my brother, we created it, and it caught fire quickly with what we were starting to do with it, which was post basically tips to look out for cannabis patients and cannabis users in California when they get pulled over, and what you should do at a traffic stop. And so, as my brother said, we only had 15 seconds, right, in these videos early on. And so we created a series of 15-second tips that explain what to do during a pullover. and what we believe, and gearing it towards what's that smell, because that's who gets fucked with the most, right? And so we quickly learned through comments and responses that this applies to everybody, not just people in California and patients in California, but anybody in the United States, as your Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment rights apply. And as a criminal defense attorney who has been telling people, and my brother as well, who's been doing it since he's been an attorney 10 years longer than me, shut the fuck up if cops are asking you questions. That's basic. And we created what was, I think, 40 or even 50 words. And over time, as we saw our audience growing with what we were communicating out there, we created the script, 25 words, that it has now, now we have it all trademarked.
The last 25 words.
The last 25 words you'll ever say to the police or any law enforcement personnel, and you'll always film the police. We got to add that tag to the script. On our new cards, we got to add that. Our mantra: stick to the script, shut the fuck up, never consent, always film the police.
Now, will you do me a huge favor and will you recite the 25-word script for me on this live stream?
Do it.
All right. So, and this is what we'll say with the daily script review. Do this in your head or do it with somebody else. Practice it. Role play. Be a cop.
Watch my brother's story on our Pop Brothers of Law. He does it every day.
Okay.
Daily script review. Although this is different. This is just a tip of the day. We usually do this on Shut the Fuck Up Fridays, where we actually do the script challenge and bring people live. And so our tip, our Shut the Fuck Up script review. Big brother, what do you say when the cops first pull you over?
Why'd you pull me over, sir?
And when they start asking questions.
I'm not discussing my day.
And they keep asking questions.
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
Oh.
And if detained, what do you say?
Shut the fuck up.
I invoke the Fifth.
And then what do you do?
Do.
I shut the fuck up.
Okay. Now I got it.
And that is the day. That's the script review. And then what I do on the story. And you never consent, and always
Never
please.
consent.
And what I do every day on Snapchat and LinkedIn, on all our social media, Instagram stories everywhere, the daily script review, which is just this: why did you pull me over? I'm not discussing my day. Am I being detained? Or am I free to go? I invoke the Fifth. Then you shut the fuck up. And I say to do that every day, so it runs like clock, like muscle memory, like learning your times tables, because people call us that have followed us for years and that, fuck, I got scared, I forgot, I don't know, and they're intimidated. Big Brother had to do it. Big Brother had to do it. You should I don't know, he usually doesn't like to talk about stuff, so maybe if you ask him, I don't know if he'll talk about it, I don't know. The cops were very mean to him that night. They did things with that stick. They did things with the stick.
But they let me go.
He did things with the stick.
Because I stuck to the script, and I never thought I'd have to do that.
Wow.
When they're standing at the car, and they're like 7 feet tall, wearing probably body armor, and starting to ask you questions, and it's like, fuck, am I going to do this, right? So why'd you pull me over? Because your lights were off. I'm like, fuck, I just got out of a restaurant, valet. I said, valet turned off my auto lights. And I flipped my lights back on. Then he started asking me about how many drinks I had.
Oh.
I came out of a restaurant. And I said, I'm not discussing my night. You can't tell me how many drinks you had. I'm not discussing my night. Ask me one more time. And I said, am I being detained or am I free to go? You're being detained. Get out of the car. I'm like, oh, fuck. So I get out of the car. In California, this only applies to California. It might be true in other states, but you have to Google it and ask an attorney. But California, the field sobriety tests are voluntary. They pulled me over for my lights being off. So they want me to do a field sobriety test, and I said I politely declined. And then the second cop got up and he started yelling at me that I'm not cooperating, and I'm like, I again said, am I being detained or am I free to go? And as they kind of half throw my license back, like, get out of here. You never lie to the police. That's why I'm not discussing my day, because you don't say I had one, you're going in. If you say you had none and you end up having some, you're lying to the people. So you're not obligated to discuss your day or evening. And if you just stick to it, as hard as it may be, no matter what they do, even if they kick your ass at the end of the day, they're going to do that anyways. And hopefully by this time, every cop is camered up. And it's going to, you know, and if you're camered up, everybody, we need to come up with a very inexpensive fucking camera that everybody can put on the car, and everybody needs one. Because if it wasn't for cameras, we wouldn't have got my son off of 4 felonies twice back in the day when we was felonies. If there wasn't camera and audio, catching them lie and fucking lie.
Right.
Without the audio and video, judge is gonna believe the motherfucker.
I'm dealing with that right now. We'll see what happens. I have a case with a line of
That's my
cop.
opinion on that.
I'm not surprised one bit. Especially in LA.
So go ahead.
Okay, so I actually had a confrontation today with the police. I had come home, and I was when I got home, I decided to wash my truck, and I washed it, and here it is, actually, right here. There's the confrontation right there. There's the 2 police cars that pulled up on my driveway. And
For what?
my alarm had gone off in my house, and I didn't know it. They're like, "Yeah, your alarm company called. Your alarm company called." I was like, he's like, "You know, he only said one thing to me, and it made me think of you guys." He says, "I have one question for you." And I go, "What?" He said, "Do you live here? Is this your house?" And I said, "Yes, it is." And his demeanor he got all loose, and he's like, "Okay." And I was like, "Do you want me to show you the code? Do you want me to show you my key and let you in to show you?" He's like, No. And they left. And we had a little joke, and then they left. There they are leaving. I'm watching them leave on the video camera. So I got cameras. I'm a big camera guy. But I'm
15 of them around I've got 15 around my house.
I don't want to bore you guys about me. I've got so many questions, and let me tell you something. My audience has asked a few questions too, and so I'm going to go ahead and throw this up. This is from Old Stoner. He says, "What brother was the troublemaker back in the days?"
He was.
Is that true? Is that true, Craig? You're the bad boy?
Who, me?
Yeah, were you the bad boy? And he was the good son?
Say so. Yeah, I probably got in more trouble. He probably got away with more than I did. But yeah.
There would be one other that would be considered the good son.
Yeah. Let's not talk about him.
Which one of you stole it? Which one of you?
I guess I was more the ruffian than my little brother.
Which one of you stole the car?
You know what?
What?
My little brother actually. This is funny. I never actually stole the car, but he must have been like 6 years old. We were in Yosemite, and we were at campground, and
I
we were
was
on
3.
Our camping spot was as you come in on the road, you go up a little, you make a right turn into the camping spot, and it goes up. And across the street was a creek, a river.
Okay.
And my dad pulled up, parked the car, and we get out, and all we look back, where's Mark? He's in the back seat of the station wagon as it's rolling backwards. He's jumping over the front seat to the back. Because I don't know if you remember that at all. And luckily it's not so otherwise it wouldn't even happen today. So he stole a car at technically.
Nice. I knew it. There's always a stolen car story.
Story in a long time.
I think I have something that maybe my brother doesn't know about a car.
Oh, really?
Let's hear it. Oh, and it's bottom of the hour. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabisism. This is for all. Cheers. That's the religion. I say cannabisism, tisms for all. It's like a tism, you know? It's a tism. Every time we smoke, it inducts you into the religion of cannabisism. It's a tism. All right, what's this car story? I want to hear it. I can't wait to hear it.
What was that?
I want to hear the other car story.
Oh, the car, yeah. So wait, so Big Brother, you remember that like beige Datsun?
Yeah, that was my car.
What kind of a Datsun? I had a Datsun. What kind of Datsun?
B210.
I had a fucking B210 wagon. Mine was purple, and you know those things had a badass motor, and it had the same motor that the race car that.
I had rims, lowered it, fucking tricked it out.
We had the same car, man. No way. Mine was a wagon. Was yours a wagon?
No, it was 4-door.
Mine was a wagon. B210 wagon. But that's still beautiful. We both had B210s.
That's still a dime.
But then you had a green Toyota Corolla.
I had a fucking yellow Toyota Corolla. It was my first car. It was my cousin Lori's car first, and she rolled it, so then I got it. It was a hand-me-down. Oh my God! Don't even tell me you had an IROC. Either of you.
The 510 was a hand-me-down from
Fuck.
his older brother.
Dude.
It was a hand-me-down because it got in an accident, and I actually did the Bondo on the door myself, and I must have put in like 3-4 inches of Bondo on this B210, and then painted it.
Are we all the same age here? What's our age? I'm 52. How old are you guys?
I'll be 52 in July.
Get the fuck out of here.
And I'll be 59 in December.
Wow. Well, let me tell you, bro, the hair color does you well. It really is working for you.
You know what? I love it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just leave it grow natural.
And this is Maserati, my new dog.
Hi, Maserati. I love dogs. And my dog is Rogan. He's a little American bully. He's right here. He's sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, well, we're new dog owners, so I wasn't gonna have a dog again for a long time because I had other dogs for 40 years, and I gave in. And look at this thing; it's killing me. So I'm one of those new annoying dog owners.
Look how cute he is.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so if I'm 15 years old, where are you? You're not living at home anymore, right?
Married with a kid.
So I'm 15 in high school. Well, so right, so you weren't around, so you wouldn't know that me and a guy and Tony and Steve from my high school days. I won't say their last names, but you know them. And that Datsun that was in that accident started with a pencil.
I got mine in an accident too. I'm just going to say that really quick. I wrecked my B210 wagon. I totaled it.
And so it sat out front, and one of my friends had the idea to try to start it, and just, I don't know, used a few things, and then took a pencil, and it was able to turn it over.
What? With a pencil? MacGyver? What the hell? With a pencil.
Swear to God.
Jammed it in there and like a key?
I'm gonna call these guys out. I'm gonna call them up later and see what they remember about that. But we did, and then we drove around the neighborhood at like 5 in the morning.
You did. So you did take the car. You stole the car.
Stealing them. That was joyride.
It's completely exactly what we've all done. I know exactly what you did. So, all right. Let me. I don't want you just to all of a sudden say, Craig's just gonna go. I gotta go. Bye. And I've got so many questions. So let me just ask you guys. What are both of your guys' legal specializations? And do you guys have different legal educational backgrounds? How'd you both get into law? That sort of thing.
You want to go first, big brother?
Sure. I couldn't do math or science.
I can't do math.
I went to law school.
I can't do math. So you worked at a hospital, you said?
No, I said I could not
Law
do
school?
math or science. So I mean, it's kind of in jest, but yeah, I mean,
But you could.
science in,
You could argue.
Maybe talk closer. You're breaking up.
I know my whole screen went blank for a second. I got really scared. I think I almost just had a heart attack.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
So
That's not time yet. I stick to my
we
schedule.
actually went to the same law school. We went to the same law school 10 years apart.
Uh-huh.
And I got into litigation right off the bat. I was working for an insurance company, defending insurance company lawsuits. And I learned a shitload there. Then ultimately I went out on my own.
Right.
And I started doing litigation, do a lot of workers' comp, injured workers' rights, fighting insurance companies every day. So I worked for the insurance companies, so I know how to go against the insurance companies.
Okay.
And then, because of my kid, then my brother got out and started doing criminal law 10 years later. I really didn't do much criminal law, but litigation I did. So some of these criminal cases he had, I would come in and help argue motions and things that I've been doing for years already that just fit in. But he did all the criminal stuff. And then with my kid getting into the cannabis space years and years ago, we fell into cannabis law. And it really wasn't until people deep down in the culture way back a long time ago. But we weren't, our name was nothing, we never advertised. I never advertised 33 years other than Instagram, and that wasn't, we didn't do it to advertise. We kind of fell ass backwards, like my brother was saying. Oh, let's make up a page. We're at this Be Real place. And I knew one of the two of his songs. My brother knew who he was. Me, I'm kind of oblivious to that stuff. And we kind of fell into it and turned into what it did. Like
And-
my brother said, it's just organic. So
And just 5 years ago.
cannabis space grew from there.
It's amazing, but you guys offer your audience so much, and I don't. It's for me. It's not. There's no. It's not. I'm not curious as to why you guys are successful on live streaming, because I know you guys are doing well doing it. It's because when people find out what you offer, and when people give you just a second of their time to see what you're about, they want to come back and keep watching your show. I know that I do. And I think you guys are both really entertaining. And I think it's an important combination to have when you're able to educate and entertain and enlighten people, all on live while you're doing a live stream. And you guys offer all of that. That's one thing I love about what you guys offer. You have a lot to offer, and you're very giving people.
We appreciate that 100%, and it's funny too because we've been approached by reality show people and stuff, and my brother's like, whatever you want to do, we'll go do. I'm like, no. If what I do, and for some reason I happen to be entertaining,
I don't say I'll do whatever you want to do. I don't say that. I don't think I do it. I say that if you do something, hold on. I say that.
just so you would do whatever the fuck they'd ask.
No, that's inaccurate. That's inaccurate. That's inaccurate.
Wait,
You're inaccurate.
Or you clarify.
I'll clarify.
Let's argue.
I'll wait. Go.
And now you made me forget what the fuck I was gonna say. Damn it. What the hell was I gonna say? One of you. What was I gonna say? What are you
I don't
gonna
know. I'm trying to think about what I'm supposed to clarify.
This is
We'll send them the pre-roll. We'll send them STFU pre-roll. What was I gonna say?
I'm going to give you guys a little break to gather your thoughts, and I'm going to tell you something. I've gone ahead and I've sent you both 2 1-ounce jars of trendy paint oil. This stuff right here that I make. It's 98% coconut oil, 1% peppermint oil, and 1% activated THC oil. And I'm telling you that it's got over 50 uses. And if you go to my website, triageoil.com, you'll see that there's photographs on there that you'll think are fake. My neighbor had psoriasis on his knee. He used my oil for not horrible psoriasis, like the kind of psoriasis you look at and say, that's gotta freaking hurt, man.
Numb and tingling in my toes.
It'll take it away like that. Boom, gone, magic, gone. And it's on its way to you now. In fact, I sent you guys. I think I sent you guys the tracking on Twitter. If you'll check your Twitter account, I tweeted you your tracking. It's all in one, but it's all in one box. So I guess it's going to come to your office, wherever it goes, whatever that was. You're welcome. You guys.
What my brother was trying to say was all these reality show producers were coming at us, and I was dealing with all of it because I have the background for all that.
Right.
And we made it very clear. We actually did a sizzle reel shortly after we exploded on it, within like 3 to 5 months. Relativity Media, when it was still around, they snatched us up with a shopping deal, and we did a sizzle reel with them. But we were very clear that when it comes to my brother, you're not going to his house. You're not going to you're not getting into anything. You want to come to the office. Maybe you can go on a bike ride with him when he's with his Harley group once or something, but he's very private. You can come to my house and go in my toilet.
Set cameras up everywhere. Set them up upside down, right side up. Put them everywhere. It's me, America. I'm ready. Hello, world.
We're not going to do anything scripted.
No, I'm telling you, I watched you working out, bro. And I watched you for a while. In fact, I was having a problem with Twitch, and thanks to you, I fixed the problem. So here, let's let all of your audience members know. There's a little settings tab at the bottom right of Twitch. If you click it, it will let you adjust the amount of bandwidth that you're watching the video at. So I had to set mine for 480, and it took care of all the jaggedness and all the, yeah. So everyone knows. You are, bro, and my point was this. You were fantastic when you were working out. I mean, you're like a freaking Marine, number one. You're like a freaking bullet. And I was like inspired, you know? I was inspired. I did some reps, bro, because you inspired me to do some reps.
You're not alone.
So
there's a small group of us out there who are actually all doing it.
Well, to not get off the subject, I'm just saying, I know that you have something, and both of you do, that I'm sure would go over great on a Netflix special. I'm seeing Netflix special. You know, you guys, you're gonna make Better Call Saul look like, hey, and Craig, when the house gets on fire, walk out of the fucking house. Don't burn up in the house, Craig. Don't burn up in the house. All right, get out of the house. God.
I believe that'll happen.
I believe it'll happen too. I don't think it'll take much. You know, just by what you offer, and you guys offer so much. But okay, is there anything else you want to talk about as far as people coming after you to do shows and stuff like that? Because we can move on. I've got so many more questions.
No. I got about 15 minutes left.
All right, let's keep going here. This is gonna be. We'll call this the lightning round here. Oh, this was Justin Smith from the live stream asked, how many cases have you guys won?
You know what? If anybody tells you a number, they're fucking liars. Because very few cases go to trial. Very, 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 very few.
Mm-hmm.
Very few go to trial. And we don't go to trial unless we know we're going to fucking win.
Mm-hmm.
If we're not going to win, the guy's going to make an educated fucking decision and probably make the best deal you can, whether that's in civil or criminal court.
Right.
So when people start giving numbers and percentages, to me it's a bunch of bullshit.
So let me just say this. Can I interrupt you, Craig, for just a second? Asking a lawyer how many cases he's won is like asking a woman how much she weighs. You just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Well,
my bad.
It's not even that.
My bad.
I think it's more so of the attorneys who answer. I've never lost a case. What does that mean? I mean, what does that mean?
I would think that would be. I would think you better have some freaking proof. You got a goddamn award that you can show me?
I have the answer.
No, wait a minute. Winning could be my client comes to me, owes $1 million fucking dollars. Straight up ass owes $1 million.
Right.
And we're defending it. Wants me to defend get the case settled for $200,000. I get my client out of $800,000. Is that a win? I didn't go to court and win.
Right.
I didn't get a judgment or a jury.
That is a win. Did they go to jail? How many people have you kept out of jail? That'd be a good question, right? It's a lot.
That's a big number.
There you go.
That's a big number.
Well, that would be the correct question.
That's a better question.
Right.
If you asked me that question, so I've been a criminal defense attorney for, since 24 years, since 1996.
Okay.
And just going by that, how many people have I kept out of jail? I mean, it's definitely hundreds and hundreds.
Wow, that is crazy.
We're doing what we're doing as Pot Brothers at Law, and it's been out there for 5 years. I don't even know I couldn't even guess a number.
You have people, let me just state this. They come on your live stream and they say, hey man, I had a run-in with the police today and I used your script and I stayed out of trouble. And I wonder how many times you guys have heard that on a live stream.
Countless.
Wow. Now that's what I'm talking. That's a good success rate. And that's why you want a live stream. Because you want to reach the most people and you want to get your message out there.
And that's what we've been doing from the beginning. I mean, that's why it's been organic. I mean, when we first started, my kid's hanging out with Wiz Khalifa, and I'm like, dude, have him shout us out. We must have had 10, 15,000 followers maybe. And my son's going, Dad, that's not how it works. You just don't do that.
You just don't do that.
Because you guys, and we just started, we had like 10, 15,000. That was a lot. And my kid's going, it just doesn't work like that. You guys are organic and just let it be. And actually, a couple months later, B.O.B., I met at a secret sesh, shouted us out. And he had like a 500,000 followers.
Whoa.
Naturally, organically shouted us out. Just kind of took off from there.
Excellent. Well, that's what I want to do for you guys too, because I'm literally ran around locally yesterday. I had to pick up my truck at a mechanic's, and when I got there, I talked to some people, and they literally heard of you. People that I would have never thought have heard of you guys. So you're definitely getting your message out there. And I think I live in a very small town, and I was just blown away by the fact that people know who you are. I think it's important to get that message out there. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, what's crazy is how we've crossed all levels of social boundaries, because when we first started, like I said, we literally started at consumption events. That's where we started. You don't have business people at consumption events. And, fast forward 5 years later, we go to a NJ BizCon, which is all business related, mostly suits walking around. And we can't go 2 feet without a suit walking up to us saying, hey, what's going on? I know who you guys are, blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, so it's gone from the consumption to just everybody. I mean, it is crazy how that's come about.
It's Newfoundland 420, and it is time to smoke.
I knew it.
And I've got more questions, so don't run off. Here we go. How are you able to manage your law firm and live stream as much as you guys do? It's impressive. How do you pull that off?
Well, we each, what?
Clark, wait. Since you do most of that, you explain how you do it. I don't do it so much.
Hey, what are you smoking on there, Trendy?
This is Orange Bud. It's an old school strain, a very low THC, but it tastes just like oranges. It smells like burnt orange peels, and it's oily on my lips.
So nice. I was curious. Very good. So how do we do it? Manage our law practice and live streaming and social media, for that matter, all of it, I suppose. So, both, like my brother had mentioned, I went to law school 10 years after him. He was an attorney for 10 years already. And so he had his practice, his law offices Craig Wasserman. I created Loft as a Mark Wasserman right out of the gate. And so we've always had our own separate loft practices. He had a whole office space. He had a partner, and then boom, and then I had a partner, and then I didn't. And then I was sharing the office space that he had as separate law offices. And we would confer on things and this and that and the other thing. And then we would always go out and smoke pot, and that's where we came up with that joke of a name. And every once and again we'd share some type of case. But he was doing a lot of business, general counseling, and work comp plaintiff for employee rights. And I was doing criminal defense primarily and family law. And so when this Pot Brothers at Law, bore itself, and we saw that it was much more than just a little marketing tool that was like, in the beginning, man, maybe we can it's free advertising, like Facebook. And that's what I was like, it's like Facebook, free advertising. Maybe we'll get a few new clients and we can put out some good information and, and then we saw the need for the information that was lacking in that community, and it caught fire such that we were getting business for the Pot Brothers at Law. It was like, fuck, we got to create a bank account. We got to create a business. We got to create a partnership. What?
Right.
No, I'm in charge though, so.
Right. And so I'm glad he said that, because so that this partner, so we had to do it, right? We had to go get it. Pot Brothers at Law was making money. We had to go take care of that end of it. And so as things started happening, what do you
You went back to Mike TV.
What?
You went back to Mike TV.
Mike TV. Dude, it's fucking. You guys gotta stop this, man. It's so fucking funny. I'm trying to do a fucking serious. I'm trying to do a fucking serious interview here, man.
Do you hear it, Mike? Trendy, do you hear that?
There, I hear.
Nuts, right?
Wait. No, bro. I hear he sounds like Mike TV, bro. He sounds like little Mikey in the TV. I'm always gonna think.
I just have to see that, like, a month or two ago, randomly.
gonna cry.
The original Willy Wonka.
Fucking crying, bro. I literally have tears coming out of my ears I've got tears coming out of my ears. That's how high I am. Holy moly. You guys are great. Okay. All right.
So you take it down.
Nobody's leaving.
Go ask me a question.
Craig, I'm gonna right here, okay?
Yeah.
Who are some of your favorite members of the cannabis community? And if you'll just give me 1 second, I got cottonmouth really bad, and in an emergency, I'm going to use my trendy pain oil. I'm going to use my trendy pain oil in my mouth to solve my cottonmouth. Watch this. Huh? Oh? And wow, like that. Hey, welcome to the show. I'm all lubricated and ready to go. Trendy pain oil. It's triageoil.com.
That's fucking awesome.
All right. Yeah, I'm good.
Wait to get that. For sure.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Favorite members of the cannabis community?
Favorite members of the cannabis community, man. I mean, you know what? There's actually two. Coming from where we came from, which is literally the boots on the ground 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
I mean, we know a lot of people from the old school of cannabis business. And there's a lot of great people in that space. I mean, there's a lot of great people in that space. It's just too hard to give a name or the best four.
Right.
I mean, we as far as IG and stuff, I mean, obviously Adam Mills,
Mm-hmm.
great young kid. He's our we've adopted him. He was Getting High With is the name of the show that we went on.
Nice.
He brought us to these events that he used to DJ, the Secret Sesh. Tim
Nice.
from Secret Sesh used to be a big thing. He still has them now up in Adelanto. He actually has them regulated now.
Okay.
And we used to go and talk and get on stage. You know, it kind of brought us along into the community. I mean, we should give them a lot of credit. My kid, obviously, at Jay Cures on Instagram, West Coast Cure, as far as bringing us along, but as far as, I mean, if you've been in the community and in the business for 15, 20 years, you know, you don't stay in the community that long without being a good person. The ones who aren't in the community that long end up being, they get jettisoned from the community if you fuck up.
Right. Yeah, it purifies it. It purifies itself, basically.
So sorry, I really couldn't answer that. Really.
I've got another question for you right now, Craig. Here you go. I love the fact that you guys call it cannabis. And at what point did you both realize the importance of using the original name, calling it cannabis?
Okay, shut up. We can't talk to him right now until it goes back to what it was. I don't know what you did different, dude. You're still my TV, dude. You know what? Actually, when it started going, when Macursa, which was the medical version of what's going on now, and they changed it from marijuana to cannabis, just, you know, and we've actually been, one of our things from the beginning, when I decided as the old man to go, fuck it, I'm going to do this to the world. I'm going to smoke weed as an attorney to the world. And I decided, you know what? Fuck it. If you don't like it, don't hire me. I'm not doing anything wrong. Fuck that. I'm not popping Xanax. I'm not going to 3 martini lunch. You know, just so if you don't like it too bad, we decided to go for it.
Right.
And so it turned into not only everything else we've been doing about, you know, your rights, civil rights, and shit like that, but it was breaking the stigma of a stoner. Breaking the stoner stigma. You know?
Man, I
And
totally
so
agree.
It turned into that as much as anything else that we did. You're still sound like shit.
You sound like you're holding your nose. You sound like you're talking like this. This is what you sound like. It's kind of like you're underwater. We can understand you. We can understand you, but Mark, we can understand you, but the problem is it's just so funny. But we can understand you.
Okay, shut up. Was I done with that answer? I can't remember. I can't talk.
Dude, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened to Mark's camera?
You know what's going on is you've got 2 things on at once and there's feedback. So log out of one and stay on this.
You guys are great. You have to promise me that we're gonna do this again. You gotta promise me we're gonna do this again.
Sure.
Oh, great, because I got way more questions, man, and I don't want you to go now,
Give me
but
one more question.
one more? All right. Because I'm gonna call you guys after the show.
I lost my audio.
Yeah, this is the last question of the night. Here you go. This is for you. And if Mark can stay, I got a lot more questions for him. Who do you guys call when you guys need legal help? If you guys need representation? Do you have somebody that you would contact?
Thank God we have not had that need. It's funny that you say that because I don't know that I would.
You would do the whole, are you going to represent yourself? Well, I'm a lawyer.
You know what? We when my son first got his first felonies way back in the day when it was illegal, well, when you had a medical defense,
Mm-hmm.
but it was still a felony first, medical defense second.
Okay.
When it was Prop 215, SB 420 under the old rule.
Okay.
And we decided when he got the charges initially that we better not, you can't represent yourself, you can't represent family, and we went and hired somebody. And we hired somebody, and when we went to meet the guy, we told him that this is bullshit. The cop in the report put my son gave consent to a search, which was bullshit. There's no way my son would give consent to a search. He was brought up in a family of defense lawyers, and, trust me, there's no fucking way. And we told him this, And we told him, my son said he would go to jail before he'd plead out. He'd go to jail. He knew people from the community, from the cannabis community, he'd go to jail. And so the first time he goes to court, and we told him this, first time we go to court, brother goes, it is severe outside the presence of my son, saying, yeah, don't worry, I'll get him to take 90 days and a felony. My brother, the cop didn't consent, run a motion to get it dismissed because he lied about the consent when they searched the house and they found the 25 plants he was growing for patients. And they fucked us. So we went in, we fired him. My brother and I did it ourselves. We got the case. We had a motion. We got the case dismissed. We fucked over.
So you don't need to call anybody. You don't need to call anybody. You guys really you understand the law, and that's fine. I was wondering, if you. Nice. It's nice to have that. I got in some trouble back in Orlando, and I had a lawyer that I used him a couple baskets. Every year, man, I would get a meat basket from this guy. And boy, oh boy, you want motivation to refer people to a law firm? Wait till you get ribeyes and ribs and all that in a package delivered from the local butcher, which was right around the corner from the house where I lived at. So it was literally 300 feet away from my house. The butcher. It's 300 feet away from my house. So I got this meatball cheese and all kinds of jellies and yeah. So if you want an idea.
But it's been a pleasure. I'd love to do it again. Say hi to all your followers, streamers. What do you call people these days? Streamers?
They're just my audience. I call them my audience.
Audience.
Yeah, sure.
Audience. Okay.
Sure.
I'm getting used to this shit. Like we said, this is like none of this was planned. None of this was planned. It just happened, and we're just going on a ride, man. If it's
Before you run off, Craig, before you run along, let me ask you another question really quick. Mark, how much time could you spend after he left?
as much as you want.
Oh, cool, man. That's awesome, man. You can hang out and smoke, and I ask you some more questions. It's going to be fantastic. All right, but hey, let me just say this. Let me just say this to you, Craig. You, my friend. You're no good, you. You sit down, you. Shut up. And you don't go anywhere. You stay with this stupid interview, and you don't leave, my friend. You got that, my friend? You don't leave, my friend. You stay. You stay for this interview. You gotta be a stand-up man like your brother Mark. Marky's a good boy. You gotta be like Marky.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
I'm telling you right now, I'm not that funny. They call me funny, but I'm not that funny, all right? What kind of funny? Funny how?
We got voices for days. This is fantastic. We got the road show, bro. We're going. We're taking this all the way to Broadway, fellas. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm out of here.
We loved having you, and we look forward to having you on again, Craig.
Remember, we went the second longest ever in the smoke box. So watch when you talk to Mark. You keep that in mind.
All right, second longest ever. Sounds brutal. I'd probably would have given up way before y'all did. I'm not a big smoker, really. Not like
It
you.
might be, sorry, Dr. Dina might have been in there longer.
You're like a human smokestack. Look at you go right now. You're going right now.
I need my medication. I would die without cannabis.
And we've got a fan that watches the show. His name's David C. Baker Jr., and he's also a live streamer on Facebook, and he says the exact same thing that you just said.
Well, he's got good taste in medicine.
I agree. When I discovered that I could make something like this that did 50 things, you think, okay, I discovered this thing and I'm going to become, I'm gonna become wealthy beyond my wildest dreams. I'm gonna take this all the way. And I was like, no, it's only 3 ingredients. I'm gonna tell everybody how to make it. And and everyone should know what cannabis is capable of doing. And I don't have to make a penny at all. I'm going to give it to people, and all you have to do is learn how to make it yourselves. And it's just silly. Do you know what I tell people? All you need is a bag of cannabis. All you need is a bag of cannabis, and then you can do straightener and some parchment paper. And you can do this too. Everybody can do this.
Yes.
It's very important, and that's my message: is to get out there that cannabis. And not only is this good for you, this is good for grandma, grandpa. It's good for the babies. You put this on a baby that got bit by a spider or a wasp or a hornet, makes the pain go away immediately. A 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, you're fine. Put this on your dog. Put this on your cat. Put it on a snake that's got a boo-boo on it. Whatever. It's safe for everything. And you can put it inside your ear. You can put it inside your dog's ear. You put it inside an open wound. It makes pain go away instantly. And I believe it was your brother that said he had a problem with numbness in his toes, like electric shock numbness type stuff. I have the exact same thing. Man, not only does this stop it instantly, but if you use it every time you get it, you stop getting them. It's like it heals you. It's like magic oil. Magic.
Why do you got for like my back and my shoulder after I work out?
It's like I want to pull up the tracking right now just to find out. It told me when it was going to arrive. And I was like, what? We're in California. Why is it going to take so long? And I was like, oh, COVID. That's why. But
COVID.
today's the 24th. I believe they said the 27th or the 29th it was going to arrive. I believe. And hopefully that'll change. Yeah. So you ready for some more interview questions? Because I've got more and they've got more.
I'm ready.
Okay.
For whatever.
I've got.
The truth is, I could.
The truth is you could stay what?
I can stay until my wife remembers, like, that I'm out here or whatever, which might be around 10 or 11 o'clock.
Fantastic, man! Let's do a long show.
Let me turn the light on though. I just noticed my light.
You do that, and I'm gonna go grab something to drink really quick. Even though my trendy pain oil took away my cotton mouth. Fantastic.
It's light on the situation. Thank you, Tyler, Laura. Let's see, the interviewer is taking a little moment to go get something.
I'm right here. I'm back.
And he's back. All right. We're good, baby. I'm ready. Got my...
Okay, fantastic questions that these people. Okay. Might be some funny ones. There's actually my friend Billy Ballantyne. He is a clown, Booze and Bozo. Been doing YouTube videos for years. And just as a side, he used to go on this thing called Omegle. It's a chat where you get to face-to-face chat like what we're doing right now, but it's a random, like a chat roulette. And you just go in and it's a random person. And very often you could pull it up. It could be somebody jacking off or something. It's crazy. But he would go on there. He'd have his beautiful wife go on there and, get some unsuspecting other person on the other side. And then all of a sudden it's clown with an axe. He's a very dark clown, Booze and Bozo. And he'd come on with like an axe behind her and do all kinds of bits and gags. He's fantastic, super funny guy. But he actually asked you a question. He wants to know if you think Joe Exotic has a chance of going free. That's from Billy Ballantyne.
I do not know enough about the case itself. I mean, as an attorney, I don't know. I mean, I don't watch that whole thing anyway. I've seen maybe a half of whatever my wife might have been watching at the moment. She watches, I think, every reality something or other except that. So I really
well, then let me ask you some questions. I'm just going to ask you some personal questions then, and let me see what you... Okay. One of the things he did, I thought it was outrageous, was he made an effigy of this woman, and he did horrible things. He acted like he was murdering it, you know, shooting it, putting a target on it, those sort of things. And I thought to myself, I don't think you can do that on the internet. I don't think you can make an effigy. That's the kind of thing you probably shouldn't do, right? You could probably get in trouble for doing something like that.
I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, that's, you know, that's
Me neither.
But what people don't understand is when you put things on the internet, I mean, they can be used against you in some way. You know, I don't know. I don't know what, but if you don't put something on the internet, then it can't be used against you. And you know, one of the things I did early on in my practice and up through we had to start Pot Brothers at Law was family law. And, you know, a lot of cases in family law, as my career would go forward into the 2000s and such, things that appear on the internet were used. You know, I had a case where this woman was claiming my client, the man, was, you know, not a good father and all these lies, right? And all I had to do was search the internet just before a hearing we were about to have about custody, and she posted a picture, not only a picture of herself and her 4-year-old daughter sitting on her lap while she was holding a glass of wine in the driver's seat of her car.
Oh my God. It's terrible.
Not only was there a picture of it, there was a video of her driving around like a parking lot or somewhere like that with the kid in her lap. You know,
It's like you just want to tell your clients, look, I can't help you if you guys don't help yourselves, okay? Right?
You know, I'm so glad you said that, because that's really the essence of the script as well, is, you know, don't help the cops, fuck yourself. You know, just help yourself. Help us help you at the end of the day.
Don't make our job hard.
Correct. It's hard enough. It's hard enough.
You know, I have a feeling that you could talk about that subject for hours and hours and hours. And if there's anything that you want to add on that, feel free, man. Just let loose. That's what we're here for. You know?
About what? So what? Now, what do you mean about?
About your script and about the way you guys came up with it and you figured out. Can I just throw really quick while we're thinking about it? It's like, do you guys have a sticker that like I could put on the window of my driver's side of my car and just roll my window up if a police and they have to read that sticker, like a bumper sticker type thing?
Oh shit!
Off we go. Here we go.
Am I back?
You're back.
Hello?
You're back. You are back.
I was trying to do this. So I could do it right.
Oh, I see it. The script. There it is.
So we actually just got some stickers. Happy to send you some.
Oh, yes. I would love some stickers, man. My return address is going to be on that box when you guys receive the box.
Oh yeah, you'll get our P-ball secretary, my niece, my brother's daughter, who is our secretary. She handles all that stuff that comes in. You'll get a nice package back.
Thank you
for the nice gift.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, so the script, in all its glory, I guess. I mean, you know, this was something that, like my brother said earlier, we never intended any of this. You know, to be two brothers getting all of this attention and being interviewed, and you know, we've got the TV and the whole way the Pot Brothers in Law just kind of blew up and took form. And I can get into that later if you want. There's a bunch of weird shit that just, you know, the stars align and shit happens.
Right.
And when you're not looking for it. And so I started practicing it in 1996.
Okay.
And I went right into criminal. My first case was a DUI. It was an alcohol DUI. that I got 3 days after I swore the oath and actually became an attorney in June of 1996. I was at the coffee shop where I had studied for 3 months from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
And somebody, a patron, hey, you were studying for the bar. Are you, what happened? Are you an attorney? I said, yeah, I'm an attorney. I'm an attorney just 3 days ago. And the person said, well, my nephew got a DUI. Can you help with that? And I said, yeah, no problem. Have him call me. And so I immediately called my brother and said, hey, I got a DUI case. What the fuck do I do? And how much do I charge? And what would I just didn't want to let the case go. So if someone's going to call me, what do I do? And he said, well, I don't do criminal defense. Call Robert, our friend Robert, who is a criminal defense attorney, like 25 years expert, and a real nice guy, real low key. And I called him up. I said, Robert, I got a criminal defense case. I just passed the bar. I just got sworn in, and I don't know what to do. It's he asked me what it was. It was a DUI, and he said, okay, look, I'll help you through this. I'll show you what to do. I'll go to court with you. I'll split the fee. So I said, what do I charge? And so this is 1996. He said, I charge $750.
Whoa! This was the year they legalized the cannabis in California, right? 96.
1996, yes, Prop 215.
Oh shit!
Well, not legalized, but Prop 215 for medical use came out.
Correct.
So
Okay.
I got barred the same year that Prop 215 came out and gave us patients our rights. So hang on a second. I need to take a smoke here.
I'm with you. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all. Happy 420, everybody. Cheers.
Happy 420. It is. So it's 820. It's 420 somewhere.
420 everywhere.
420 everywhere. And half of 8 is 4. So that's 420, like twice.
You're overthinking it, Mark. You're overthinking it.
I do that. I forgot what I was talking about, so you have to remind me.
I love that.
You got those smoke rings. He's making those smoke rings.
My trademark.
Dig it.
I've been doing live streaming. I did my YouTube channel since 2010s when I started Trendy As Devers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
I got
Yeah, we're
I'm using a program called Restream, which allows me to broadcast to all forms of social media, every single platform simultaneously. It's free. You can sign up and use it tonight. You can use it right now. It's free.
that sounds better than StreamYard.
You can use that in addition with that. You can use StreamYard with that. You can use, multiple. You can stream multi-stream like that.
Send me the link.
Restream. I think it's restream.io. 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 Let me tell you something. There's a guy, I don't know, do you ever watch anything on YouTube, like other live streamers on YouTube?
I don't have time.
I figured that's how you can do both the legal and live streaming. Because there's some things that you don't do, like I do. I watch a lot of other live streamers.
What I spend my time on lately, I just want to, you know what I mean? I've been watching Hill Street Blues.
Oh, I love Hill Street Blues. It's great, gritty.
I'm on
acting.
season 7 or 8.
It's really right, get you right in there, They're just driving into your heart. Yeah, it's a good one. That's one of the first. That's like the one that started it all, and they did it right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I love watching the beginning and it shows the guest actors who are going to be on it.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, it's just a who's who of who's who.
Right.
When they were younger.
Right.
Everybody.
Right.
Everybody. It's great, and I love that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah.
You know, with my background. All right, where did you want me to pick up? You're all over the place.
Well, we are all over the place, and that's what I love about this conversation, because I've got so many questions. I've got so many things to talk to you about, and I'm so glad that I mentioned the person I was going to mention was Ron Placone. Ron Placone is a comedian. He's also a pundit. He does political commentary on YouTube and things like that. I'm a fan of his, and he does stand up all around the world. He works with this guy named Graham Elwood. They do a show together. And I was watching Ron Placone do his live stream one day on YouTube, and he mentioned, I want to thank Restream, which allows me to broadcast to both YouTube and something else he said. And I was like, whoa, what is that? And it said, I think it said Restream on the screen, or no, he had a link to it in the description of his video, and I clicked on it, Restream.io, and man, I'm telling you, it will change your life. It will change your life. I use a broadcast software to broadcast to Restream, but Restream allows you to broadcast from it within their browser. So you can do whatever is easier for you. And there's all kinds of, and it's all free. And if you want to do multiple channels, like, so I have 6 channels on Facebook. If you have multiple Facebook channels, you pay like Restream. It's like $100 a year or something for the service. It's like $99 a year. And then you can broadcast to like 6 Facebook channels, 6 YouTube channels, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm broadcasting to 6 Facebook channels and 6 YouTube channels right now. So, Restream will allow you to do that if you pay money for it. But if it's the free version, you can still broadcast to one channel on every platform for free, unlimited. So you could do Twitch, you could do Facebook, you could do, Periscope, you could do DLive, you could do Mixer, you could do, did I say Facebook already and YouTube? I don't know. Oh, it changed my life. Restream.io. You're just going to be like, oh. That's the way I was when I got it. I was like, oh, God. You got a problem on one channel, it doesn't matter. You're broadcasting to 18 other freaking channels, You just keep on going. You just keep on pushing, bro. That's what I want you to do. Just keep on going forward, man. You guys are amazing. And that's another thing. I've been algorithmed, and I could tell you some things I've learned about algorithms. It's the biggest enemy, man. When you're doing your workout videos, you've got music playing in the background, and that I think might be a problem. So you might want to think about that. I don't know if that music is going to be a problem with copyright while you're working out. It's your music?
I mean, it is music, but it's part of the workout video I'm doing.
Okay, as long, bro.
And I don't broadcast that live to YouTube.
Let me tell you something. If you're broadcasting that to Twitch, that is a copyrighted video, and that's trouble. If that comes through clearly, if you could play that in your head, if you could listen to that in your earphones, if that would be possible.
Turn it down. No, I just gotta turn it down.
Yeah, turn it down. As long as I don't know if you need to feel the thump, thump, thump of the music or not, If you could turn it down so it doesn't come through clearly, it distorts a little bit or whatever, that's great, man. That can be a big problem. I get copyright strikes every day because I play music. I'm a musician, so I play guitar and I sing. And if I play, like today, I got a copyright, not a strike, but I got a copyright hit today for playing some Leonard Skinner on the live stream on my guitar.
Gotcha. No,
Yeah.
well, I've gotten those before on our YouTube. I've gotten those, hey, there's music in some of the shut the fuck up videos and shit.
Those are the ones that'll really get you, man, the music ones. And I'll tell you, it's gotten a lot better. It used to be so bad, and now they let you off. They say, oh, you can still monetize this video just as long. You get the emails, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. You know what I'm talking about. Good, man.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we're all monetized. We had a kid do that for us. I couldn't figure it out.
I can't be monetized. I'm unmonetizable. They have banished my name from all social media. Everything Trendy As Dabbers has been completely demonetized.
That's horrible.
I know, but you know what I found out was that it's more important to me that I do me and not let their they're trying to make me conform to within what they're doing. Stop doing what I do, because I do like these explosive rants. And if somebody comes in and trolls me on the live stream, 9 times out of 10 I will block them. But every once in a while I'll engage a troll and I'll like do this whole thing where I blow up and I get all mad and angry and I'm like screaming at the top of my lungs, and it's freaking hilarious and everybody loves that. And that's always been my bit that I do for my show. And it's the algorithms have shut me down. You know, they say that I'm doing bullying when I do that. I'm bullying people. And I'm like, are you considering what they said to me first? And they're like, no, they don't care what was said. They're watching the video and they're not concerned about the other person. They're concerned about my reaction. So my mom always said, and she's still around with us today, but my mom has always said this to me, you know, you get a lot further with people if you just be sweet, you know, you can be sweet. And I'm like, I know, Mom, but that's like it's like I'm playing a character on the show. And she's like, I know, but the algorithms disagree. They disagree, my friend.
Fuck the algorithms.
Fuck the algorithms! I love it. Oh God, that's what I say. I say fuck the algorithms. I do me, and you know, I used to only be able to get 19 or 20 people to a live stream, and now when I go live, it's like 30 or 40 people are showing up, and it just feels a lot better to almost double that, you know, just within the last year. And I have listened to my mother, and I have been nicer to people, and I have changed my attitude, and I still, every once in a while, I'll blow up on somebody, and it's all in fun, and I sometimes I won't even block them. It'll just be like, you know, now you're part of the gang. It's like you've been yelled at and screamed at, and it's a fun kind of thing. Usually, a lot of people get it. Sometimes one of my old audience members will say something, and I will let it trigger me, and I will go off on them, and they will be sitting there like this in the back, just getting high, watching me, laughing, and they know that within a minute or two, I'm going to calm down, and I'm not going to be mad. It's just part of the show, and it's just, I can't stop doing that. Every once in a while, I got to do that, you know? I got to just pick somebody that said something dumb and pick on them a little bit, you know? But
That's your thing, man.
It's my thing. I'm not a bully. I'm not an internet bully. I'm not. I love all of them. And that's the thing. I think they're feeling it. I think they're feeling the love. What?
They want it. They want it. They want that. They want to hear that.
Nick Brown just said hashtag big fat fucking mouth on my chat, which is that's what I usually end up telling people. By the end, I'm usually like, yeah, if you would just shut your big fat fucking mouth, you know, we wouldn't have this problem in the first place. It's like, I'm so fucking abrasive.
I know a couple of guys just as abrasive.
A couple? You and your brother?
Probably.
Well, I think you guys are what I've seen so far. I mean, I love the way you treat your audience, man. And that attracts sweet people to you, you know, and because the way you guys treat people and you just want to help people, man, you're just there to help people. And you know what I always tell my audience, if you can find something and make money doing it that helps people instead of hurting them, then I think you've won life.
I agree with that. I'm very lucky. It's funny because, you know, I think my big brother hogged up at the beginning, and I never actually told why I became an attorney and all that stuff, or did I? I don't think I did. I think just my brother told
No,
me.
what?
Right?
No. I want to hear that. What inspired that?
So my brother would like me to say him, but and he did because what happened to me. So I have a theater background. I'm an actor, a writer, producer, director, and I grew up doing that stuff. I went to school as a theater arts major, to college at UC Irvine, and then at some point, rather than continue with college, I went head out to Hollywood and I did my thing out there, and at some point decided I wanted to finance the plays and films I was writing. As I started writing more, doing more of that, I wanted to finance the plays and films I was writing, and so you need money to do that. And so we alluded to our older brother. He's a doctor, our oldest brother that we have.
Oh, there's a
He's
third.
doctor. Yeah, there's a third.
Okay.
And there was no way I was going to go to law school for 10 years or whatever the fuck. I mean, I hated it because I barely got through school. And then my brother was an attorney already, and well, fuck, if he could do it, I could do it. Plus, as he likes to always make sure I throw in, I was engaged to be married right around that time. I was 23.
Oh.
And
Whoa.
I was anything but stable, working out in Hollywood and doing my thing. And my brother said, you're going to have a wife, you have a family. What do you know? I go, well, I'm going to law school, and that'll help because I can pay for that too, pay for a family and my plays and my films. And then, as fate would have it, just before I started law school, the greatest thing happened to me. I found out she cheated on me, and had to end that relationship.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, back then when it happened, right, that reaction you did, it was that. But to tell it today, I wouldn't be sitting here. And you know what?
Funny. The journey.
She's happily married in Alaska, and that's where her life ended up taking her. And,
right.
But that I went into law school. I went into law school with a single dude, and it was.
That's kind of
a
fun.
good time.
Yeah, that's a good time to be
Going
single.
through law school. Well, and I also went through law school during the OJ case.
So that was interesting.
So right, so that was going on while we were in law school. So of course it created just lots of talk and everything. And then when I become an attorney, it's right when Prop 215 comes out, and
right.
Cannabis patients get their rights, which brings me back to my first case, which was that DUI. So I said yes, I'd meet up with Robert. He tells me he charged $750 to represent somebody who got a DUI from the arraignment through the pretrial stages, and to cut a deal, it's going to be $750. That's what he charged.
Wow.
And he said, I'll split that with you. He said, I'll split that with you, and I'll teach you. I'll go to court with you, and we'll do everything. And I said, how come it's not more? How come you don't ask for more? And he said, well, that's just what I've always charged. And how long have you been charging that? He's like 10 years I've been charging that. And he was very, very nice guy, very, very smart attorney. But just when it came to, he had his own office, when it came to clients and stuff, and this type of thing, I was like, what? Probably could charge more, And he's like, nah, it's good. I'm good. And I'm like, okay, well, okay. And so I get the call from the client now, because I had given my number, and he starts grilling me with questions. Didn't you just become an attorney? My aunt said she saw you studying for the bar like 3 months ago, and now you're thinking how do you know what to do? And I said, yes, it's true. I just became, 4 days ago, I took the oath, and I'm an attorney, and I'm allowed to go to court and take a case like yours. It's you're going to tell me what happened? I read these facts in a book somewhere. I've read a case just like what happened to you. I've read it in a book. I guarantee you, and I know what to do. But
Nice.
because I did just start. My brother's been an attorney for 10 years. He has a lot of friends. I have a criminal defense attorney who's an expert, been doing it like 20 plus years, and he's going to help. You're going to get 2 attorneys for the price of 1. And he's been doing it like 20. He charges like $3,000. But I'm gonna $1,500, and you'll have us 2 attorneys. I'm gonna be learning from him actually while I'm doing this and working on the case. And he's gonna go to court with us, and you're getting 2 attorneys for the price of 1. And so I signed my first client that day. I made $1,500. So I go back to Robert and I said, "Hey, I got $1,500." And he said, "How'd you do that?" And I go, "I just asked." And he said, "Wow." And I was about to hand him $750. He goes, "I just want half the $350 like I told you. I mean, you keep the rest. You have the balls to do that." And I tried to give it. He would not take it. He would not take the money.
That's funny.
And so, from that point on, my own law office of Mark Wasserman, that I was basically forced to build because while I was waiting for results and I was looking for a job, they wouldn't hire me as an attorney because I hadn't passed the bar yet. They wouldn't hire me as a clerk because what if you pass the bar? We just need a clerk. And so I couldn't get any fucking job. And so that all happened. So now I'm hanging up my own office. And my brother had a lot of friends. So somebody, "Hey, I have to get a divorce." "Yeah, I do that." And I get a divorce attorney. "What do you charge?" "How?" I split it with them. I learn it. "Oh, you need a will?" "Oh, yeah, I do that." "Yeah, I have a will attorney that I work with." And I have contracts. I did personal injury cases with my brother and worked comp cases with my brother. And so that's how I built my own practice.
Wow.
Until, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years in, I didn't need help anymore with cases. And then I shrunk it down to personal injury, criminal defense, and family law. Because those 3 things can often intertwine with each other.
Right.
And so I did that, and 1996, and then in 1997, I partnered up with a friend of mine from law school, and we were the law offices of Wasserman and Makia, and he was a Latino man, and he ended up passing away 2 years later from pneumonia.
Ooh.
God rest his soul. And that's when our office was within where my brother's office was. So my brother's suite had all these offices in it after he split up with his partner long before that. And so he had these offices that he was renting out and said, me and my partner were going to take them. My partner passed away. And then I went back to law office as a Mark Wasserman. And I just was doing those 3 things until 2015 when everything started happening with me and my brother, and the getting on Instagram and maybe we'll get a few new clients was turning into much more than that.
Right.
In fact, my whole life was fucking turned upside down at that time because, as I had mentioned, I got into law to finance plays and films that I was writing. And so in 1996, I became an attorney. And with my best friend, we opened Race Ipsa Productions, and we produced a play that I wrote. And then I've done many films since then, and was on the film festival circuits for like 10 years up through 2015. And I was signed to do 3 more movies. I started doing movies with other independent production companies that I would meet on these film festival tours that I would do with our films. And they would hire me out to act in their movies. And I had 3 movies set in with a company called Twitchy Flicks Productions out of Austin, Texas.
Twitchy Flicks.
And I was to do 3 films with them through 2015 and 16. And the Pop Brothers at Law started just going crazy on social media. And I'll never forget the director over there, James Christopher, called me up one day, and I was actually waiting. It was like maybe 2 weeks away because we were going over here to do an event over here, and we're just traveling all over speaking at events, and
Yeah.
doing all this stuff. And he said, and he called me, he goes, I'm seeing what's going on with you, man. It's great. How are you going to have time now to come do these movies you're supposed to do? And I said, oh, man, I was hoping that we were going to have this conversation. I've been waiting about a week, but I can't do it. I'm too busy, and I don't know when I'm going to have to. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get back into that. That was really my first love and passion, and then when this all started, and when we first were doing these tips and figuring out what we were going to do, or how we were going to do it, it's actually, we created the whole page that night that we talked about in Big Real Studio, and after that show, and then it became, that was easy. Now what? The fuck are we going to do with, we took pictures with B-Real, we posted it, pictures with Adam Hill, posted some pictures of some pot information, cannabis law stuff.
Right.
And then we found these 15-second tip videos. And we're like, okay, let's talk about getting pulled over. And we got in the car, and okay, maybe we should be smoking. We're pot brothers at law, we should be smoking in the car. Like we're hotboxing or something, and we'll be giving tips. And so we start doing this in the car, and then we're both talking. We're like, what are we gonna do? And now he's saying shit. My nieces, both my brother's daughters, happened to be there that day, and one of my nieces said to her dad, to my brother, Dad, you just smoked and let Uncle Mark talk. And so that's what happened, and that worked very well. And then as we started doing this, we were doing it in the car, and we got we started meeting a lot of people, and we started to getting sucked in politically. And I say that because me and my brother we've never been political activists, or we've never been.
All right.
people to go out there and-
Wait. Pause. 1 second, Mark. Your mic's done that thing again where it's flipped into that weird sound. And I want right here would be a good part where you're talking about getting into politics. So if you, whatever you got to do to fix that mic, and then we'll start back where you say you started.
Let me log off and log back in.
Okay. I'll wait for you.
I didn't touch a thing.
I know it just flips, man. And what? You guys having fun? Hey, more questions, man. If you guys got questions, ask them. I will ask him. I'm out of questions if you guys have some. So, I'm sure I could think of more questions for the guy. But he's offering us his time, hours of his time. And I don't know if you guys realize, a lawyer's time is quite valuable. And you guys should be really thankful that he's doing this for your favorite show that you would love to watch so much. We have a lawyer that's willing to hang out and answer questions. So if you have legal questions, if you've got personal questions, whatever, you got questions for him, he's already back. Just if you've got questions for him, feel free, guys. That's why he's here. All right.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, it's fantastic. We are back. So you were going to talk about you're getting political. And
Well, right. So we've never been political guys, and my nephew, once again, in 2015.
cut. You know this. You're a director. Mark, you're a director, right? Cut.
Did it do it again?
Yeah, man. It's fucking doing it again. That microphone, man.
I don't know what it is. I'm using the same.
Can you move the microphone closer to you? Because it sounds good right now.
The microphone is. Okay. Is this better?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I just gotta be closer. Hold on, let me move my chair.
Yeah, you might not be talking as loud when your brother is on. You talk a little louder, man. You're like more, and now you're like more relaxed and you're like chilled. So your voice isn't as penetrating. It's funny.
Okay,
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, it's great.
So, right, my nephew says, hey, there's this political action committee thing that's going on in West Hollywood about cannabis, and people are going to be there, and you guys should be there because you're already big. You guys should be there. We're about, well, we don't go to these things. Political shit. Okay, we'll go. And he went with us, and we met a ton of political people. One of whom was, I think my brother mentioned him earlier, Matt Human, who we would then go on to become very dear friends, and we consider him a mentor of ours in the cannabis space. He's been fighting since 1996 as an attorney, and he's sued the state of California for misusing Prop 215 and its application, and a whole bunch for taxes and a whole bunch of other things. And so we would meet that night. And we would also meet, are you familiar with Dr. Dina?
No. Who's Dr. Dina?
Are you familiar with the show Weeds that was on Showtime?
Oh yeah, yeah. I watched a little bit of that show when it came out, when it first came out.
So that show was loosely based on a woman's life who's known as Dr. Dina, and who was first known as Snoop Dogg's cannabis doctor. And
Nice.
she's one of the first, if not the first, to have a cannabis license in California for a dispensary.
Nice.
For a shop.
Wow.
Back when it was all medical and stuff like that. And so people like that, they were at this thing, and so that's when we really saw the need for our involvement with the platform we had then, and then we had like 8,000 followers, and that was when we first started. So, and we were still, we would go to an event or like a little sesh. People would get together and we would stroll around, and people would come and talk to us and ask us questions and stuff like that. As my brother was mentioning, we would do that over time, and so as our Instagram grew, so 2015, then we get to December 25th, 2018. And in that, 3 years, we had amassed about 120,000 followers or something like that. And so I also had us on all these, everywhere else, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, all of it. Just had a presence, not brothers-in-law, but all the activity was on Instagram, more or less. And the Facebook particularly had a couple hundred followers. And I would have all my notifications set, so I knew if somebody, because at any time somebody, hey, I got arrested, or who knows, so I make sure all those notifications, if somebody sends any kind of message from anywhere, I'm going to immediately get it so I can respond. And so my Facebook notification was just a simple ding. And so it would go off once every 2 weeks, if that. And so December 25th, Christmas morning, 2018, we're on vacation. I'm on the balcony smoking a joint, and my Facebook notifications just start going ding, 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 and not stopping. And I thought my phone was stuck, and so I turned it off and on. And now it's still going. It's going fucking nuts. So I jump on my computer, and I'm looking at all these notifications coming in, and I'm trying to track down what the hell's going on. And so I find it leads me back to this Facebook page called Respect My Region, which was some kind of political type page that had hip hop stuff also, and it was and it was run by this kid I think they were out of Seattle, and they reposted one of our Shut the Fuck Up Friday videos where we describe 3 people who got arrested at a raid in an illegal shop. 2 of them said to the cops, we're just volunteers here. One of them followed us.
Shut the fuck up. I saw you guys talk about this. I saw this video.
That's the viral video. That's the one that led to this. and everything, because from that Facebook page, Respect My Region, shout out to Joey Brava we've become friends, because not only our page grew, their page grew after what happened next, which was it got reposted by a guy named Roger Stone.
Roger.
And if you don't know who
No, I know who Roger Stone is. Like Roger Stone's in trouble. Roger Stone sitting in jail. Roger Stone.
Well, I don't think he's sitting in jail.
But he was. He was.
Well, I think he was. I'm not. I know he's waiting sentencing.
Oh, I thought he was in jail. My bad.
Well, I'm not sure. I haven't really checked lately. I'm not sure.
But I know who you're talking about, Roger Stone, who's the political guy that wrote the books and got in trouble with Donald Trump. Stuff.
So he reposts that video and says, "These should be my attorneys."
Ah.
And of course, he never shuts the fuck up.
Did he put that on Twitter?
The irony of that.
Did he put that on Twitter?
Well, I actually lost you there.
Oh, okay. Did Roger Stone post that on his Twitter feed?
He posted that on Facebook and Twitter, I believe.
Wow.
It was on his Facebook and Twitter.
And so that's what was the ding, 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 ding. You're getting all that from. It just lit you up.
From there, everybody started picking it up. Like, I mean, P. Diddy and Snoop and T.L. Hughley and all these other
Wow.
people. And not only that, we found out of things, World Star and Reddit trending and other crazy platforms that I'd never heard of before that have multi-millions of followers. And so
Wow.
across all social media, I kept tabs on that video for about a year and a half. And it was up to like 500 million views.
Whoa, bro. That's half a billion.
I don't even know. I mean, so that took us to the kind of strategy. Then, we had already been getting calls about reality shows, and we had already done a sizzle reel that we actually broke out of the deal and went our separate ways, and we're waiting. We're waiting for the right thing to come along. And you know what? If this pandemic hadn't happened, we were right on the verge of a few fucking things.
Oh man.
But whatever, and so this opened the door to many, many other things and opportunities. So when that happened, we, saw a big spike in it went crazy. And so then we get the call from Ridiculousness calls us, and they want to use we want to use one of your videos. I'm like, well, hold on now, Ridiculousness. I don't watch it, but I watch it enough to know that you make fun of videos. You use the videos and you make fun of the people in the videos.
Right.
What we do and how we do it might be a little funny and whatever, but the message we are sending is very serious.
Right.
And we're not going to be made fun of. So we and they're like, no, we're not going to make fun of you like that. We have a different idea. Okay, well, let us see the idea. Let us see it. Oh no, we can't do that. We can't show anybody, we can't do that.
Fuck that.
Okay, well then you can't use our video. You can't use our video then.
Right.
We're not going to give you the right to use it.
Right.
And that was that. And then we get a call from Tosh.0 producer. They want us to come on the Tosh.0 show and do an interview and all that and all this.
They do the same. He does the same thing. He rips people up.
And they said the same thing to us. We don't want to do that. And this, we're like, well, we can't show you. So then we're like, well, we can't. We're not gonna. And so, and then I go, look, go look at my IMDb page. I have a background in theater and talk. If you guys are putting this, show me a script, show me a treatment,
Ambush,
show me what your idea is.
ambush television, man.
So I wasn't going to let that happen to me, right? So we said no. But it was funny, about maybe 2 months after that, independently from each of them, we got, here, look at this. Please don't show this to anybody. We never do this, but this is what we want to do here. And they both sent it, and we were both like, that's fucking great. We're in. Let's go. And so we signed everything, and we let them we licensed them to use the video for Ridiculousness. And the one they used it was with Penn Jillette was on it, and they were talking about the Shut the Fuck Up Friday and all that whole video. And then we did the Tosh.0 episode that we did the interview and little skit with them, and that caught fire. So that if you Google Tosh.0 Hot Brothers at Law, that episode will come up.
Fantastic.
Like 7 or 8 minutes. It was very, very fun.
What year? What year was that?
Go ahead.
What year?
That was last year.
Last year.
That aired. I think it aired November of last year. Because we shot, or maybe we shot it and it aired at the beginning of the year. I forget. But we redid it. It was like within October, November, December of last year where we went up to their studios and shot it. And then in November of, and I said this earlier, we would come to this full circle kind of thing. We had gotten the call to get in the smoke box with Be Real and the interview. And nearly 5 years to the day that we appeared on that first show at Be Real TV, we were back in the smoke box. Because we were there January 15th, 2015, and we were back in like November of 2019, and they aired that episode. They held it and aired it on 4/20/2020.
Nice.
Which was cool.
Yeah, that's
So
a good time to air it.
So it was very cool. So I mean, all of that, when we started doing these tips in the car, as I was first talking about, we had no fucking clue, idea, a chance in hell that we would be doing this. I'm sitting here, on Twitch, and you're on Twitch, and all these, and we do since the pandemic. It's like, whatever. Somebody wants us to do a podcast. Yes, we'll do. If we can fit it in and work it out, we'll do your podcast.
Nice, man.
Because before that, we weren't really, trying to be on every little thing. You have a couple viewers, that's great. We'll try to help you and stuff. But, while we're at home, I don't know. Who cares?
Well, that's great.
And I have a lot more energy, and I'm younger than my brother, so hence I'm usually on a lot more stuff. But it's good information that we get on. People want to hear it, we do it.
What I love is that you and I, we have such a common. I mean, we're warriors for cannabis. It's what we work for every day of our lives. It's a passion, and I see that in you guys, and I love whenever I think about, I've got this movement, and you've got a movement, and I love what they stand for, and that was a big question I forgot to ask you guys is, in my movement says no law regarding cannabis. And you guys are lawyers and you defend people against the laws that are regarding cannabis. Would that mean that you guys no longer would have a job? And would that be okay with y'all?
Okay. So we get that all the time, actually, with, hey, you're teaching people the script and they're getting, you're getting let go. And, we'll always have a job because we can't reach everybody, apparently. And we get it. We get people who come to us after, getting a DUI or getting popped for possession or whatever it is, because 80 to 90% of drug busts start with a traffic stop. And they say, "Fuck! I found out about you 2 days after."
Oh, that's the worst.
Fuck!
That's the worst.
Oh my God! I did everything you said not to do, and blah, blah, blah. You know, and so we get that a lot. So, I mean, all we can do is just keep, like, we urge everybody who sees it, tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody you know. Just tell people, because somebody's going to get pulled over and be like, oh, yeah, I had 2 drinks. And then boom, now you admitted to drinking and driving and causing, you know, you have that evidence now. They can go search your car and you're admitting to possibly having committing a crime. You know, plus you're probably lying because everybody says 2 drinks. And then, you know, then in court later, if we have to fight, not only had you been drinking, but you're a liar. That's why we say never lie, because
That's why you
later on,
say never say anything.
strike against.
Don't say anything, then you don't have to worry about lying. That's
Thank you.
it's so important.
Yes. That's it. I mean, that's why we say that, because you never want to lie. Because, you know, as a criminal defense attorney, if I'm trying to paint somebody as a great person, who this is what happened, this is what my client says happened. You know, now you're not going to hear from my client because they have a right to not say anything, but I have hopefully this video or whatever. And then I don't need a prosecutor going, well, here's the recording of what your client said. You know, and here's the blood alcohol. You know, how does that make sense? He only had 2 drinks. Really? He's got 0.5, 2.3 blood alcohol. Guy probably, you know, he's loaded. You know, and then you're a liar. So, and then I get attacked. Why should I believe your client if they're already lying? So that's how it hurts later. So, and that's what we teach is a preservation of your constitutional and civil rights if you need them after a confrontation with law enforcement, whereby you're going to criminal court and defending yourself, or you're bringing a civil action as a plaintiff against an officer in a city and county who may have violated your rights and hurt you or killed you, in which case your family gets those rights. So, you know, we have 2 extreme situations that recently happened, and very horrible, you know, and what happened to George Floyd,
Mm-hmm.
while he didn't get pulled over, he stuck to the essence and the spirit of what we teach.
Right.
Because at one point he said, why am I being arrested? What? He did not resist. We say, be calm, be polite. Only one ego at a traffic stop. He did what we said. And so, this is where I like to say, because we do get flack from a lot of different places, rightfully so. 2 old Jewish white guys, you know, what do we know? Other than that, we understand we'll never truly understand. Never truly understand, I know that. But what we're trying to do is preserve those rights. So, what we're not able to do, what the script is not able to do and what it's not for, it's not going to ensure that you don't get profiled and pulled over. It's not going to ensure that you walk away with a warning or a speeding ticket. It's not going to ensure that you don't get detained. Or then it's not going to ensure that you don't get arrested. It's not going to ensure that after arrest, the DA doesn't charge you with crime. It doesn't ensure that the cop is not going to beat your ass. It doesn't ensure that the cop's not going to kill you. I can't do anything about all that. But if any of that happens, and you've done what we said, all of those rights, remedies, and defenses will be there to be used by you and or your family. And so, in the Floyd case, there is, now, of course, I guess anything could happen, but I'm going on a limb here. There is no way on Earth, and Earth should explode if there somehow is that this guy who was afraid for his life. Because that's the number one argument, that's the number one defense going back years and years, forever and ever, that they always walk away. We always see him get acquitted and get away with it because I was afraid for my life. And they are given that tool to use by a vast many people who you know, get argumentative at the stop and let things help things to escalate when
Man.
cops are already on the edge.
When you got a gun and the other guy doesn't, you have never a reason to say that you're in fear. I mean, especially when that gun is displayed openly and the other person knows you have it and you have a license to use it.
So, 100%, 100%. But cops do what they do, and things happen. And so, again,
Right.
we want to preserve all those rights. So the Floyd case, they're not gonna, they can't. I don't. My head will explode. I don't know what will happen if I start to hear that they were afraid for their life and they had to do this to him. It's just you can't imagine that, right? So you
Right.
have that, right? And then they're gonna go to jail. Those cops are going to jail, and then the family's gonna bring the civil suit, and they're gonna get paid. And in America, when somebody does something like this and somebody gets hurt or killed, that's how we get compensated. We sue for the death and we get paid. And they're going to get paid because that defense ain't going to be there. Now we fast forward to the Richard case. And I'll say this. And I'm sure everyone's seen it and heard it from a lot of different people all over the internet, but ridiculous. They talked to the guy for 46 minutes.
That was ridiculous. Oh my goodness. It was they call that a train wreck in slow motion, and that is goddamn that is the slowest motion train wreck of all time.
And what pisses me off the most at the end, other than that, I mean, obviously it's senseless, but it's already happening. If you haven't seen it or heard it, the defense attorney for the cop is already doing it. He was afraid for his life.
Oh God. Do you get the feeling that, hey man, it took me 49 minutes before I got this guy to finally do the wrong thing and get to pull my gun out?
Here's the thing. It's a double-edged sword right now because here's two things. One, they're able to make the defense that happened. We saw it.
Okay. What? They're able to say that they fear for their life? That's what the police officer can say? Is that what you're saying? I feared for my life?
They're already saying it.
Okay.
So here's the point.
Okay.
The point is to do what we're telling you to do to preserve. So they can't say that. So
Right.
they can't do that.
Right.
At the end of the day, when it's all over. Now, having said that, if I put myself in that situation, which of course I can't completely, but if in Richard's mind, he's inebriated, he's having this conversation, things are fine. And you know what? You think you want me to blow in the thing? Remember, they wanted him to blow, right?
Yes.
Here's another thing. I looked it up in that state. You don't have to do that. It's voluntary.
Ooh.
We talked about that in California too. Field sobriety test going on the side of the road, voluntary.
Right.
You don't have to do that. And so, but he goes, I don't want to refuse. And so he's cooperating, doing all these things. Nice. And then suddenly, they take him down. And so I can't fault or find any fault with him. I guess no one can go in his mind, but what if he was thinking, holy shit, they're going to kill me like they killed George Floyd.
Sure.
We were just having him. I wasn't doing anything. Now they're taking him down. What the fuck? And he's going for his life.
Every black man in the United States is thinking that at all times. Before these two gentlemen were killed, they were already thinking it.
Right?
For this son of a bitch, Mark Levin, to say that why are people protesting over one murder? It just blows my mind that people will give him their attention,
Well, I mean, that's going to happen, and you got to whatever, people can have their voice and the First Amendment and everything, and our voices drown out those, as far as I'm concerned. I think we have more people listening who feel like us and empathize like we do and understand that it's just a tragedy, and I hope that the jury doesn't buy into that one iota. But that's the whole point of what we're talking about is, we can't change those things that might happen. And because you say, officer, I'm not discussing my day, we get this a lot too. Well, if I say that, they're going to
Being rude.
my ass.
Right. I'm being rude. They're going to think I'm being rude. Right?
So here you go. Okay, so listen. So the cop asks you a question, and I say, officer, I'm not discussing my day. Was I rude? Was that rude? I'm asking.
No.
Now, if I say, I'm not talking to you, I don't have to tell you. I know my rights. I don't have to tell you anything.
That's already more than 25 words.
See, and the cops will do that. The cops will do that because people already feel like that. The cop will say, well, you don't have to be rude. Why the fuck is it rude if I say I'm not discussing my day because I have the constitutional right to shut the fuck up?
Right.
And you don't have no business knowing what I'm doing, where I'm coming from, where I'm going, what I'm smoking, what I'm drinking, what it smells like, what size my underwear are, what's in my trunk. You have none of your fucking business because I live in America and I'm free from unreasonable search and seizure and governmental intrusion unless you have probable cause. And last I heard, that's my rights. So if I choose to say, I'm not discussing my day, politely, calmly, that's not being rude. See, they're trained to get you to talk. They're trained to make you feel like you have to answer their questions, which means they will utilize the fact that they can lie about and say whatever they want, scare the fuck out of you, into saying the things they need to hear so they can articulate facts such that now they can go search your vehicle and detain you and find shit that maybe you forgot when your friend dropped half that 8-ball 3 weeks ago in the corner of your car.
Right.
Or that bullet that your friend had. I can't even tell you in 24 years the cases I have for possession of things that people are like, I didn't even know that was in the fucking car. Because they will rip your car apart when they search that thing. And if you talk, we have less of a chance to prove they illegally searched it and use that as the way to get things thrown out. So that's really the whole crux of the point. What the cops will try to twist and turn, you being polite, just utilizing your rights and saying, I'm not discussing my day. Then they'll say this, they'll trick you this way. Why can't you cooperate? And people will say that, well, why aren't you just cooperating with the cops? Well, as far as I can tell, we're teaching people to fully cooperate. Number one, when you see the red lights, pull over as soon as it's safe. You did that, you cooperated. Number two, you shut off your engine, you cooperated. Number three, you handed over your license, insurance, and registration, you cooperated again. Maybe they want you to get out of the car. You get out of the car, you cooperated again. So that's cooperation. Answering questions does not equal cooperation.
Excellent.
Not answering questions equals utilizing your rights.
Okay.
And the right to not incriminate yourself, hence the right to shut the fuck up.
Before we walk too far away from police brutality, because we're kind of getting away from it, I want to just bring something up. I wrote a bill for Congress back in 2014, and I sent it off to to Barbara Boxer and the other senator. I sent it off to Bernie Sanders. I sent it off to all kinds of people. They ignored it. Nobody ever responded to it. I sent it off to every pundit and everybody that I ever knew. It was very short. It was only a page. It only had 4 sections. I just added a 5th today. The 5th section is no civil forfeitures. How do you feel about civil forfeitures?
It's fucking ridiculous. They're both. I hate it. I hate it because, we won a big civil forfeiture case not too long ago against the California Highway Patrol and the Department of Homeland Security.
Whoa.
We had okay, hold on. This is going to take a second.
Okay.
So I need to take a hit.
Okay, I will take a hit with you, my friend. It's almost 4:20 anyway, so it's time. I've got some Jack Harrer. But I'm going to switch it up.
And then let me, I forgot now that I'm taking it, I got to log off on Facebook.
Do you have The Emperor Wears No Clothes? Do you own the book The Emperor Wears No Clothes by Jack Harrer?
Jack Harrer, and the movie was directed by Jack Harrer and Melissa Bow.
But you don't have the book that Jack Herer wrote called The Emperor Wears No Clothes?
Oh, no, of course. No, of course. I have a copy.
Good.
I have a copy of that, and I have a copy of the movie, too.
Okay.
I think I have it behind me in my rack here.
Okay. Cheers, brother. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabisism, tisms for all. Everybody cheers. Oh, and I gave my dog, his ears were bothering him on this video. I gave my dog Trendy Pain Oil during this video. He went to sleep, and now look, he's playing with his toys. And he's not messing with his ears anymore.
It works. It works for everybody. Enough people, that's for geez.
Okay, so this bill for Congress that I wrote, it's very short, like I said, and it's very similar to some of the bills that I've seen that they're trying to push through right now. It's just the fact that I came up with it in 2014, you know. So, it just addresses, you know, video cameras and punishment, getting rid of internal investigations, and when a police officer commits a crime, they go straight through the process like everyone else does. It's really basic.
No qualified immunity.
Yeah, exactly. No qualified immunity. Thank you for summing it up. Yeah. You and I could go over that someday if you're interested in it. I'd like to go over that with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. My big brother would be really interested.
Cool. We'll save that for another one. I mean, we could literally do a whole show on it, on talking about a bill to end police brutality. Jack Herer is not the greatest strain for pain, but THC, and this is something that you might find interesting. When I make my Trendy Pain Oil, it's got nothing to do with the strain. I just extract THC oil. It doesn't matter if it's from a sativa or an indica. It always works. And like Deanna Aram, she's on the live stream right now. She says Jack Herer is supposed to be great for pain, right? I've never really heard that about Jack Herer. It's kind of like a hybrid, but what I love about it is its flavor and its smoothness. It's got like a lemon cream flavor, which is just delicious. And it's so smooth, and I can blow big white smoke rings with it. They're beautiful. And yeah, I use that. Yeah, it doesn't matter what strain. I'm growing a lot of Jack Herer right now, as a matter of fact. I've got 3 giant plants going. Sweet Afghani Delicious, and then 2 Alien Overlords. Those are my 6 plants, my 6 legal plants.
Nice.
With the state of California. Isn't that funny? Well, you're only allowed to grow 6 plants. It's too bad you didn't know I could grow 4 pounds on a plant. So, you know, I'm going to be, yeah.
Hey, you get the yield.
We grow them big. I wish I could show you this plant that I'm looking at right here. It's everybody else can see it but you. Because everyone that's been watching this interview, when you go back and watch this interview, it's the first thing you're going to see is you're going to see us, and then you're going to see these plants in the background that are growing behind us that have been live the whole night. Now the lights have gone from regular to infrared, and it made that switch when you were talking about you were making a point about something that happened when you were becoming a lawyer, and it was like lightning in the background. It was so cool, but I didn't want to interrupt you while it was happening. It was like a light effect. It was switching over to infrared. It took like 5 or 6 tries.
I'm going to take a little dab here.
Oh, we're dabbing. That's right, folks. We're going to do a dab. We're going to get real high. I've got some Jack Herer to dab. Fantastic. I just need my dabber. And I've got to heat and serve here. Heating and serving. I'm sure you've got I'm sure you've got a much flashier way to dab than what I'm doing. I'm doing the old school nail with the globe. Remember the globe?
I still have all that stuff.
Nice.
A nice guy, they sent me this nice Rio rig that I love. It's so easy.
It still works.
And they gifted it to me, so I like using it.
Cheers.
All right, another Dabaroo. Right, so I was talking about the CHP case. Where we had a client who was a licensed cannabis distributor out of Eureka, up Northern California.
Oh yeah.
And they had just taken a shipment of flower to a couple different dispensaries in Los Angeles and got cash. $254,000 were put in 2 different safes and transported back in accordance with the laws of the license that they have for all that stuff. And they were pulled over by the CHP for mud flap violations on their truck.
Whoa.
And then they searched the truck because it smelled. And then they found the safes. There was no product because they had already dropped it off. They found the safe. And then the CHP broke the safes open with bolt cutters and took the $254,000 and gave it to the Department of Homeland Security.
Whatever. Fucking
Okay,
crooks.
have you ever heard of something called? Have you ever heard of equitable sharing?
No equitable.
sharing.
No equitable sharing. I'm not familiar with it.
So the feds, the Department of Justice, the feds have a deal with state entities like the CHP, and other law enforcement entities. If they seize money like that, they seize $254,000, and the person or the company they seized it from is unable to get it back after an asset forfeiture claim, then the CHP gets 80% of it.
Wow.
So they are incentivized
Sure.
to do things like, which they've been doing this. Oh, they've been doing this for decades. And what happens is we have a client who has a licensed cannabis business in the state of California, right? So they seize that money as part of a busting. Oh yeah, prove that you have your license and all that, which happens all the time. Like it's happening to the people who are doing hemp all over the place. They're getting arrested, and then they have to go and show, no, we have our tape, we have our shit. And meanwhile, they're getting arrested and stay in jail for a while, and then the cases get dismissed, and nothing happens to those cops who did that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's similar because they have their license, but oh well, prove it to the judge. We're gonna arrest you now. We're gonna take everything, and if they keep that within the state, and we show, hey, this is a licensed cannabis company, give it back right now, but transferring it over to the feds, now it's federal. Federally, cannabis is a crime.
Right.
So you're not supposed to be able to, what chance do you have to get it back? Because the judge is going to be like, cannabis you're done.
Can't you tell the judge, can't you say, but the federal government collects taxes on sales of cannabis. So how much of a crime really is it?
You can tell that to the judge till you're blue in the face.
Well, it won't
doesn't
work.
change the law.
Okay.
That doesn't change the laws and the way they work right now. But it's frustrating when you have to be firsthand and deal with this stuff. But we have something called what started years ago as the Warbacher-Blumenauer rider to the spending bill, which is now the Blumenauer-McClintock rider, which says the Department of Justice cannot spend money prosecuting cannabis businesses that are following their state's laws. It's part of the spending bill.
Your microphone just did that thing again. It just flipped.
Is it still doing it?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Should I log off again and log on?
Yeah, log off and log back on. See if that'll fix it.
All right.
Oh yeah. Come on. His ear's bothering him again. Come here, you. If you're not gonna scratch it, I'm not gonna fuck with it. It's like that's the whole thing. He might pop on. Yeah, he comes in really quick. I'm kind of missed him last time. I felt bad. He came right back. He was like, bing, bing. Let's see if it fixed his mic.
All right, how's that?
It's perfect. It's perfect.
All right, man.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game.
Yeah.
So nonetheless, I was talking about this case and how the Department of Justice is not supposed to be spending money to go after companies that are doing it right. So what happened was, so they think they're being smart, the CHP and Department of Homeland Security, because they didn't give it to the DEA or the FBI because the Department of Homeland Security is not a arm of the DOJ, right?
Right.
And the DOJ is prohibited from spending money and going after. But the Department of Homeland Security is a different arm of the federal government.
Sure. Right.
So they're like, well, fuck you, I guess. So we said, no, fuck you, and we pull in all the right people, like our Matt Cuman, who I told you about earlier. We pull in all the people that we need to pull in. We're out there on the news. We're the face, and this is what's going on. And it was a big thing a couple of years ago that it started. And we file our motion and all of our forfeiture papers. We get everything ready to file it, and we already know what's going to happen. The United States prosecutor, who has to prosecute the case or defend the civil forfeiture action that's coming, can't be there. The United States Attorney is an arm of the Department of Justice, and therefore cannot spend money prosecuting somebody who's operating a business that's abiding by their state laws. I mean, they had their licenses and everything.
Right.
So it took probably close to a year and a half, maybe 2, to get the money back, and we got it.
Wow.
We got it all back.
Give me a second. Let me just let this little guy out to pee really quick. I'll be right back, okay?
Rob, go ahead. Take care of the dog.
Hey, guy.
I'm gonna just let's see. He's taking care of the dogs. Thanks. Let me say hi. Hey, Laurel, Chris, Mellow Earth. Good to see you. Hung in there. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Steve. This is actually a little different. I'm leaving it running during an interview. Usually, we run. If you look at our other shows, we run it a little different and take more questions. But I decided to do this and let you sit in on this side of the interview while you're here. And now we're going to let Facebook back in. Okay. And Chris, how you doing? Public versus private. Thanks, Chris. Ohio. Got it. He took the dog out for a pee. Appreciate you all checking in. We've got Facebook coming in. Facebook, you're listening in on an interview I'm doing with Trendy as Dabber. And I've got Zoom over here that I'm being interviewed on. It's been quite lengthy. And if you're on Facebook, and
Quite
you'd like
lengthy.
to see, make the switch. Make the switch. All right, he's back.
So Eddie Haynes is your fan and mine. He's been watching you for quite some time, and he's a fan of mine as well. He got Trendy As Dabbers tattooed on his hand, and I told you before at the beginning, he's the guy that set this all up. He just came in. He just said, "Oh, Vito Smith is here too. I'm so excited." He's a live streamer as well on Facebook. But Eddie just said, "This is an amazing show." He's really enjoying it. So I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm enjoying it as well.
The tattooed trendy?
Yeah, he's one of them. He's the second tattoo trendy, actually.
I got him in my bag over here.
Yeah, man, you got to get them tattoos, STFU tattoos.
We have a bunch who've done it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
It's crazy. I love it.
I love it too. That's devotion, man. That's love.
You know, somebody said they were going to do the script on their back.
Awesome, man. Yes, please do it.
I haven't been seen it yet.
They say step out of the car. Absolutely, may I take my shirt off, sir? So you can read my back? Oh, Vito just said he shared this too on Facebook for his audience to see as well, which is thank you, Vito. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thanks, Vito.
Vito Smith over there on Facebook, live streaming it, making it real with Madeline, Georgia Peach. Over there, there's some great live streamers. Got to give them a shout out. Oh, Billy just said he'd be tattooed trendy if it was paid for, and that tattoo was you when your hair caught on fire. So I've got one of my more popular videos on YouTube. I'm doing a bong hit, and I'm using an ash catcher, and the ash catcher filled up with butane, and it ignited, and it blew the bowl up on top of my head, and almost caught my hair on fire. All caught on video. I mean, it is like right in front of your face. You could see the thing burning on top of my head. And in the video, I play it back in slow motion. I'm flipping out about it. It's one of those moments I was like, this is the video that's going to make Trendy As Dabbers viral. And yeah, that didn't happen. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks, algorithms. Yay. But it's there. Madeline says much love too. Hey, Maddie. Hell yeah.
That's funny. Happy to answer questions from anybody who has them. Or
How old were you? How old were you when you first started using cannabis?
well,
Let's hear the story.
First time I was, I think I was 15 or 15 and a half. I was nosing around my big brother's room, and I found this wooden box of stuff, and wasn't a very good thief. My mom and dad and my brother walked in, caught me. I found what they told me was a bubble maker. It was really a plastic bong.
Right.
And my mom and dad said, hey, if you're looking to do that, why don't you do it with your brother? That's his. And so I took my first bong rip with my mom, dad, and my brother watching me. And I really didn't start using again until law school.
Wow.
And
What?
that's when I really started having.
So wait, whoa. How old were you?
The first time?
Yeah.
About 15 and a half.
So you didn't have some sort of epiphany or some sort of out of the box moment or some sort of amazing thing happen to you when you were 15 years old where you're like, wow, this is amazing. Because I did. The first time I used cannabis, I had one of those moments, man, where everything just happened for me. Everything made sense. And I was 14, just about to turn 15 years old. Just about to turn 15. I was 14 years old the first time I used cannabis. And man, it opened up my eyes. And and then I started seeking it out, immediately. So then you went through this whole period of time, man, from the time that you were, say, 15, 16 years old, you didn't use cannabis at all until you were 20 or so?
Yeah, I might have used it, maybe, when I was first in college and shit, a couple of times. Nothing serious, but I didn't start heavily using it until law school.
You didn't really experiment with it. You didn't see all the places it could take you.
I didn't see all the benefits. I didn't need all the benefits until I fucking started law school.
It's interesting.
I had to read all this shit for fucking 18 hours a day, and just to get through fucking law school and all the reading and shit. That kept me focused.
Okay. Are you hyperactive? I'm ADD, ADHD, hypomanic, hyperactive, all that stuff.
They couldn't figure out an acronym or a name for what I have.
High energy. You're very active. You've got a very fast metabolism. You eat food and you shit it out 10 minutes later. You're a monster, bro. I've seen you.
It takes 25 seconds to go through me.
You're like a goddamn volcano. You've got a volcano. So, because you are like that, and let me tell you, this is what it has worked for me as well. Was I was able to ignore all of the background noise, and I had a lot of background noise. And when I was 15 years old, man, I was so confused. I had all these ideas and nothing made sense. And it tuned out a lot of the things that I just didn't need to worry about anymore. It allowed me to focus less on things like my appearance or trying to impress people with being witty, or things like that. I wasn't concerned with that anymore. it just came out naturally. I didn't have to force it, because that always rubbed people the wrong way. Was I try to impress you with saying something, or doing something, and it didn't seem to click, and it was always too much. And man, that cannabis, it just was like, it allowed me to step outside myself and view the person that I was being and the person that I was capable of being. And, I'm still working on it. I'm 52 years old. I'm still working on it. It's a journey.
Work in progress, as we all are.
You look at it that way too?
Next question.
Next question. I was gonna ride that. I was gonna ride that one out for a while, actually, but no, we could definitely move on.
Ask away. I don't care. Ask me whenever you want.
Okay. Do you have any pets? You have that white poodle?
I have 2 dogs, Ginger and Mila, and it's funny because, wow, we've had them now. I think 7 and 9 years, respectively, or something like that. And because my daughter's about to turn 7, so I have a 7-year-old, a 7-year-old daughter, 10-year-old boy, and my oldest son's gonna be 16 soon. And so when my 2 sons, 9 years ago, what it was, we weren't gonna have any more kids. My wife was on the pill, and my wife wanted a girl. So she wanted to get a girl dog, right? So we got a girl dog, Ginger. And then 2 years later, it's like, oh, she needs a friend. We have to get and it was it's an English golden doodle.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then
Okay.
2 years later, she said she needs a friend, so we got a friend. We got a Shih Tzu, called her Mila.
Okay.
And then that same year, we found out that the pill doesn't really work, and my daughter was conceived.
Wow. Wow.
She's getting 7 in
7.
July.
Okay,
So, yeah,
7
I
and
have
9.
3 dogs, and so let me tell you.
And
let me
a
tell you
daughter.
about these dogs.
Okay.
Because when it came up about let's get the dogs, and of course my 2 sons went, yeah, let's get the dogs, and I'm like, no, we're not getting dogs because I grew up with dogs. I grew up with a father who disliked dogs because of the way he had to take care of them when we would get them and he'd pick up their shit and they weren't trained and they would whatever, right? And we would always get, oh, we'll take care of them, Dad. And he would I remember my dad always, I'm the one who's, you're not getting any, and I'll never forget this. My brother must have been, I think, 18 and just starting college. And, so I'm 8 years, I'm like 10 or whatever, 10 or 11. And we're at the pet store at the mall. And he goes, I'm going to get a dog. And I'm like, Dad's going to kill you. He said, don't get a dog again, but we got a dog. We got a dog. And oh no, my brother was going through just starting law school.
Okay.
And he named the dog Felony. And so my dad hired a trainer who basically trained us to train the dog. And
Sure.
it involved no hitting the dog.
Sure.
It was all very peaceful commands and all this. It was at that time very cutting edge.
Yes.
Because people were using shock collars and all sorts of violent shit to train dogs. And so we learned this method and trained this dog to it was go, stay, come, it was just every hand signals and my dad actually wrote an article that was published in the LA Times out here called how dog training made a dog lover out of me because he hated it.
Nice,
And
man.
the dog to go to the bathroom, go make, and it would go to its one place and not shit all over anywhere. I'll just go. That's where you go.
Right.
And that's it. So, when this subject came up in my life now with kids and the dogs, I'm like, no, you're not getting dogs because I'm going to be the one cleaning that shit up. I did it with my dad. I did it to my dad. I already know
what their level of responsibility is. You know if they're going to be able to handle it or not. I know what you mean.
And then I said, I do know how to train the dogs. This I know how to do. And if we get dogs, I will train them. And all of you in this house are welcome to participate in the training. It's not going to be easy, and it's going to be every day for a year. And you got to do it.
Right.
And so, I'm talking to me at the time. Me, my wife, and my sons were what were they? They were 5 and 8 or whatever the fuck. And we get the dogs, and I said, I'm never picking up shit. And my wife was like, I'll pick it up. I'll clean up after. I'll do all the cleaning up. So,
really?
fine.
She's a trooper. Nice.
And so, because I go, your sons aren't going to go, they're not going to clean it up. Because they're not going to clean it up fast enough to make you happy. And I am never going to clean up the fucking dog shit because I don't want the dogs. But if we're going to get them, it's going to make everybody happy, we're going to train them. And because I know what it's like to live with a trained dog versus a dog that's doing all sorts of shit that listens to you every once in a while.
Right.
So, we get the dog, and I start the training, and nobody's joining me every day, 6:30 in the morning, 1 hour, doing all the shit that needs to be done to train them and do everything that needs to be done. And it takes a fucking year. And I did that. And I did that with the second dog we would get 2 years after that. Oh. So we get the second dog, and I trained the second dog just the same, and I kind of retrained the other one, which I really didn't have to, but we're getting it at the same time again. And then my wife gets suddenly pregnant, as I mentioned, even though she's on the pill.
Mm-hmm.
And so now, now it's like 2-3 months into the pregnancy, we have 2 dogs. What am I, an asshole? I'm going to let my pregnant wife pick up the dog shit?
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. that's the way it worked
to
out.
My wife's credit,
I understand.
to my wife's credit, she went to go do it. She wasn't asking me.
Right,
And I went, what are you doing? And she goes, I'm picking up the dog shit.
right,
I go, come on, I'll do it. She goes, no, you said you weren't. I go, well, then you weren't pregnant.
right,
I'm not that much. I'm not an asshole.
Right.
I'm fucking go pick it up.
right.
So for the rest of the pregnancy and then, for whatever term thereafter, I picked up the dog shit. But then after that, never again. That's not my thing. And who did the dogs listen to? Me. They don't listen to anybody else because nobody wanted to participate. Because the point of training a dog to sit, stay, come isn't so every Tom, Dick, and Harry who walks by can do that.
Right.
I don't know what my dog. My dog moves when somebody else says come. I'm reprimanding my dog in the way that I know how and the way that I do. And so I have the two pets. I enjoy them when hang out. They have their play with them in the yard or on the back, and my wife feeds them and my wife takes care of all of their physical needs. To making sure they're groomed and fed and snacks and all that stuff.
Right.
My responsibility was train them, and that works out very nice.
All right. Well, guess what? It is. It's
Two dogs.
it's 4:20 in Newfoundland because they are half an hour. They're half an hour off on a time zone. It's interesting. So when it's 10 minutes till here, it's 4:20 or it's 20 minutes past there. It's interesting. I love it. Another reason to smoke. The last smoke during the hour until top of the hour again. Cheers.
Yes. And I have people requesting I take a dab, so it's perfect. Dab time in Finland, no less. This might be the longest interview I've ever done, I think. Well, we were in the smoke box for an hour and 12 minutes.
And what is it? Just constant smoking?
Yeah, if you can. I think only Kevin Smith and Dr. Dina, I mentioned both of them. I think they were in longer.
I can't do that.
They called it. They have to call it. We could have kept it going.
I mean, what are they passing around? Were they passing around multiple joints?
No, we all had a supply of our own joint. Well, I always walk around with my own supply anyway, so it didn't matter. But everybody had their own joint as much as we needed. Never ended.
They hurt my throat. If I sit there, I can only smoke a little bit of a doobie, and then my throat starts hurting me.
Well, here, I just got a notification from somebody who's watching and listening on Twitch. In 10 minutes, I will have been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Because I started our live show that I've been doing daily, just before we came on here, and I figured, what the fuck? I'll just leave it on. And it's been working out. People are here watching. I pull Facebook in and out because you never know what's going to happen with Facebook. But anyways, all right. So was there another question or topic or something that we missed or something else that you got?
Oh yeah, I'm sure we got a lot. One thing you reminded me of something, and I just wanted to bring it up really fast, just a memory. When you said the police will tear your vehicle apart, I was in that situation where they tore the back seat out of their own vehicle after they had transported me and two other people in the back, and my friend had deposited a bag of cannabis in the back seat that they had missed when they handcuffed us, and he was able to wedge it in between the back seat. And when they took us out of the car, they ripped their own back seat out, man. They found that bag. And my buddy, stand-up Billy, stood right up. He's like, they had nothing to do with it. It was all me. It's mine. Nobody else is smoking it. He took all of the heat. He's such a good friend. I just talked to him the other day. We're still great friends. That was Orlando, Florida, where a seed will get you in jail. Back then, it would at least. A seed.
That's fucked up.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
that stuff is just fucked up. But that's how it is in a lot of places. It's not. Well, it's not. Hey, it is not legal. Cannabis is not legal anywhere in the United States. How about that? If I tell you that, cannabis is not. I argue cannabis is not legal anywhere in the United States. Tell me where. I'll tell you why it's not.
Because of the
California?
because the federal law.
No, state law. Of course, federal law is illegal. Everyone knows that. But even your state law.
I'm trying to think. It's like I like little puzzles and things like that. I don't want to waste too much time, so I'm trying to sit here and think. Like, why would it not be? You said it's not.
I'll make it easy for you.
Okay.
I'll make it easy because this is a pet peeve of mine with the media and just everywhere. You know, like, okay, hey, come to California. It's legal. Cannabis is legal here. Yay! And people come here
Right.
from other places,
Right.
and then they go to an adult storefront that sells cannabis because they're 21 and they can get it.
Right.
They get a bunch of it. And then they put it in their bag and they go to the airport and then they get arrested for transporting and exporting out of the state, and that's a felony.
Right. When you leave the state with it.
Federal. That's not even federal. That's just exporting out of the state.
Right.
You could get federally charged and charged with the state, and just living in the state, California, for example, if you're 21 and older, you can have up to 1 ounce. If you have more than an ounce, it's a misdemeanor. If you have 1,000 pounds, it's a misdemeanor.
Huh.
If you have 5 pounds, it's a misdemeanor. If you have 5 ounces, it's a misdemeanor. And this is the same everywhere, right? There's limits. There's limits. And so people can still get arrested and go to jail for the plant. Therefore, it is not legal anywhere. And I won't say it is. I'll say it's partially legal. Things that be decriminalized from felonies to misdemeanors, misdemeanors to infractions, infractions to partially legal. But people get in trouble because they just think, oh, it's legal. Or and even talking to the fucking cops. Oh, the cops will go, it's just, I just have a little bag of weed. It's legal. And we lost a case that we otherwise would have won just on facts like that.
Ugh.
Because the client told the cop, I have a little, and he had an eighth, which is legal, quote unquote. You can have an eighth. And then the cops searched. When we got to court, we're like, the cops searched for more smell, right? The cops kept smelling it. I smell it. Smell alone isn't, enough to search in California anymore.
Okay.
But because the judge said this when we argued, smell's not enough, and so what? He showed her a legal amount. So what? Well, the judge said, well, smell plus showing that. Now the cop had the right to find out if he was telling the truth. Is that really all you have? And they went in the trunk and found 15 pounds.
Oh. Damn.
Had he shut the fuck up, and that cop proceeded to search for just that smell, we would have got the case dismissed. And the judge all but said that in his ruling.
Wow. Ugh, it's heartbreaking. I mean, it's these loopholes, and I could tell you, it's how I feel about people having to jump through flaming loopholes just to make it through their day, but it's just too many. It takes too many words, and I'm so glad that you've got 25 of them that people can memorize to put an end to so much of that grief if they will just live. And that's the important thing. Got to get that message out there. People have to hear this message. They've got to learn that script. It's so important.
Do you know it?
I do. Do you want to hear me try to recite it?
Do the daily script review.
Here it is. I do not wish to discuss my day. Am I?
No.
Why have I been pulled over?
Wrong. You're wrong. Stop. No, I can't let you do it wrong.
Okay.
I can't let you do it wrong.
Okay.
And you know what? This is perfect because Friday is the script challenge. Shut the fuck up Friday, the script challenge. I go live on Instagram every Friday at noon Pacific Daylight Time, and we have about 11 sponsors, and we give prizes, sometimes cash, and I bring you live, and we do the script challenge. I'm the cop, you're you, and we'll do it. Let's do it actually right now.
Okay.
We're good. Okay, so trendy. So we'll do it like I do it on Instagram.
Okay.
So people are watching live, and we usually get a pretty big room filled up. People want to go live, and then I'll bring somebody in live.
Okay.
And then they'll be live, and then they'll be all, holy shit, I'm live with the Pop Brothers at Law. Oh my God. And I'll say, hey, how you doing? I'm like, well, what's
Nice.
your name and where are you from?
I'm Ben. I'm from Orlando, Florida, originally.
All right, are you ready for the script challenge?
Yes.
Okay, I'm the cop. You be you. I'm going to pull you over. I'm going to pull you over. I'm a cop, and I'm going to say, hey, how you doing today?
Why are you pulling me over?
Because you were speeding, and now it really smells in here really bad. You know, and you fucking look at you. You're a hippie. Where's the drugs?
I do not wish to tell you how my day is going.
Close enough. Well, I don't want to know about your day. I just want to know where you're hiding the drugs. In your beard there? You hiding the drugs in your beard?
Am I being detained?
Yes, you are being detained. I want you out of the car now.
Then I would get out. If a police officer asked me to get out of the car, I would get out of the car. I wouldn't even hesitate.
Okay? And then he says, now tell me where the drugs are.
And at that point, I would say, am I free to go?
No, you're being detained. I already told you that. Are you deaf?
Then I would say nothing else. I would shut the fuck up.
Then I would hit the button that excuses you. I would go, and you would be kicked out of the live instantaneously because you just lost the script challenge.
Damn! What did I do wrong?
Okay, now having said that, before I explain, I will say I ain't mad at you for how you did and what you said, and if you do that in real life, you're pretty much going to be okay, but you skipped a very important part, and that was saying I invoke the Fifth.
Okay.
Because the Supreme Court, there's a case, basically says you must, in order to invoke you to be silent, you must explicitly state, I invoke the Fifth. So it's clear as bells that you invoke your Fifth Amendment right.
Okay.
So you have to physically, you have to verbally say that out loud.
I invoke the
Be
Fifth.
clear, and then
Great.
after that, you shut the fuck up. But in order to win the prize, you got to do it exactly. And everything we say, all the words, all the phrases have meaning. Whether it's a court case or just simply we whittled it down to this, and we can go through that if you want.
Absolutely.
Like so when you first started to do the daily script review, that's how this started. You didn't say, why did you pull me over? You didn't start with that. When you were doing the daily script review, you started with, I'm not discussing my day.
Right.
So, but when we did the script challenge, you remembered when I started as the good cop, oh, how's your day? Because some cops will do that. So you say, oh, my day's good. And then they start talking to you and casual conversation. And while they're doing that, they're eyeballing every crack and crevice in your car, looking, they know exactly where to fucking look. And they're looking everywhere. And the clock hasn't started ticking for them because the stop hasn't been established. But you're just talking to somebody about your day. And you don't do that. You say, why did you pull me over? Because now they can tell you, And once that stop is fully established, they have 7 to 8 minutes to write a traffic ticket or find other independent probable cause to further detain you and ultimately search.
Okay.
So, why did you pull me over? You were speeding, you were this, you were that. Clock's ticking. Now they're going to say whatever they're going to say. And we felt, I'm not discussing my day, or I'm not discussing my evening. It's just the easiest, simplest response to any possible question they throw at you. How much have you been drinking? What's that smell? Where are you going? Where have you been?
Oh, now I get it. Okay. I gotcha. It makes total sense now.
That's just because we're trying to, we're creating something so you don't have to sound rude or obnoxious or whatever. It's just because there's other ways to answer that, but we think that that's the best. I'm not discussing my day, because because here's the problem. There's so many good cops out there, and we are not cop bashers or cop haters. We hate bad cops. We hate cops who do the bad things. We hate cops who are out there power tripping and using and brutalizing their power and misusing it, and that's why we exist right now. This is why we exist, because that exists. And they're trained. They're trained in this mentality, more or less, and the good ones at least, they're out there pulling people over because they're actually creating safety problems for other people on the road. And they're trying to keep people safe, not looking for a reason to pull you over, like the rear light that illuminates your rear license plate is out.
Oh, goodness.
Pull you over for that. That's a big one everywhere. And they put, and I have it recorded on Live PD, right? That's not on anymore, right? That's canceled, I believe, along with cops. But there was a cop on there. I used to tape those and then do a intercut and break them down, because Live PD was exactly what you don't do. I could break down those videos all day, the pullovers and people not utilizing their rights, and then the ones that do utilize their rights, when they cut to commercial, they never go back to that case. They never go back to that one. When you see somebody who's actually...
They don't want you to see how to successfully avoid it. And you and your brother, when you watch those shows, you guys must just be like this the whole time. You guys just must be like this when you watch those shows. Oh, because I cringe. I'm like, let me tell you something about myself. When those 2 police officers pulled up in my driveway today, I had no idea what was going on. It was crazy that there were 2 of them. And they pulled up in such a way that I felt cornered, and I was holding a pressure washer wand in my hand, and I felt like I could look a little intimidating. The first thing I did was I went to put that pressure washer wand down. As soon as I got it down, I noticed one of them was waving at me, and I was respectful, and they were respectful, and that's the way I always am. Very proud. That song, I Fight Authority, Authority Always Wins? I literally take that as a mantra. I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to be polite. When a police officer's I never knew about your script, so my whole defense has always been, I'm going to be polite, and I'm going to do everything they tell me to do. And I generally walk away without an incident, without a problem. I've had incidents in Orlando. I've had guns pulled on me and my father, all kinds of stuff. But, when we were respectful, and when I try to be calm and things like that, in my little county, it works for me really well. But man, I would never recommend my method over yours anywhere, because yours is it's legally sound. Mine is you're just hoping that the police officer wants to be respected, is looking for someone to treat them with a little respect, and
You're
that
wrong. You're totally wrong. You're wrong. You're not disrespecting anybody. In fact, you get disrespected when someone says you don't have constitutional rights right now. Fuck your constitutional rights.
Right.
You tell me what I want to know because I'm the cop and I have the gun. So fuck you. Tell me what you're gonna talk. So you're totally wrong. You're not being disrespectful. It's like I said. You're just, I'm not discussing my day, officer. And then he says, well, why give me a hard time? In fact, we have a case. We did a case. I have video of it too. We had a client who came to us. He was pulled over because the way he probably looked, and he was driving his mother's car. He was driving his mother's car, and he rolled down the window. And the cop says, what's that smell? And he said, and he's recording. He's recording. He follows us, and he says, I'm not discussing my day, officer. And the cop looks down, and he sees what appears to be a joint, and says, "What's that?" And the kid says, "What? I'm not discussing my day." The cop's going, "Well, what's that?" And he goes, "I'm not discussing my day." And the cop goes, "Well, it smells in here." And the cop ends up searching and takes that thing, which ended up being a joint that his mother purchased at a dispensary, a legal dispensary, and she left it in the little thing in the, on the side of the door.
Right.
And he didn't even know it was there. So they write him a ticket for open container. Now, what I skip over is when he was saying, "I'm not discussing my day," and then the cop called the other cop over, because now it's a whole big to-do, because, oh, geez.
He's
not
giving us
discussing my
flack.
day.
Right.
He brings the other cop over, and the cop goes, "Yeah, I asked this guy a question, and he's just being a total dick." And I have the audio. We filed our motion for an illegal search, and we won. We got the case dismissed.
Wow.
But the point is, the cop says he's being a dick. And the guy's just going, "I'm not discussing my day. I'm not discussing my day." And then they try to agitate you. "Well, I'm not being a dick. What are you talking about?" That's how they win, by getting you all jacked up, because you try to do something to the cop, you're not right anymore. And that's how all these escalate, these matters, a lot of them escalate. Hold on, I'm taking a dab.
Oh, cheers to that, brother. I got a bowl ready to go. Cheers. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all, everybody. Cheers.
We blew right by 420 on my stream.
It's
So
7:10.
I've now been streaming 4 hours and 30 minutes. I must be insane, but I guess we'll keep talking. Hold on, I had to take this dab.
My stream is 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay, wait a minute. All right, shit, what was I just gonna talk about? Who can remind me?
We were talking about, I believe,
Talking about 5 different things.
a specific incident that happened that you were telling me about, where somebody got but you said that you got him off.
Oh,
you
that's right.
you finished the
The kid, the kid, we get that case dismissed, but that just goes to show the cops. See, these, like, for instance, there's videos of cops ripping a window out and pulling people out of their cars, right? And there's a few specific ones that I'm sure we've all seen, and we all see the end where the cops breaking the window, ripping it out, and pulling it out, and the cop is completely wrong, shouldn't have done that, but gets away with it, because what happens is a cop says, "Give me your ID," and the fact is, the law says, really, if I'm not being accused of a crime, you don't tell me what's going on, I don't have to give you my ID. Why are you pulling me over?
I saw a gentleman use this argument with a police officer. He was walking open carrying, and they wanted his identification. He said, "I don't have to give you my identification," and he got away with that. They did not get his identification.
And now the difference there is that situation included somebody else who had a fucking gun, not just the cops.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So, fuck you, right? So, I have a gun too, and I'm allowed to carry it here, and fuck you, I don't have to tell you what crime am I being accused of.
Right.
You're going to feel much safer saying that with your own gun, I would imagine, right? So,
Right.
everywhere else, not the case, right? So, the cop asks you for your ID, and you see, no, I don't have to give it to you. Why? You know, blah, blah, blah. And cop better give it. You better do boppity boop, bitty bing, bang, boom. Next thing you know, you're getting pulled out of the car. And now you're having the altercation with the cop. The cop's wrong, but you still had to go through all that. Now, if you're somebody who's going to stand up for your rights no matter what,
Your mic just cut out. Your mic just cut out just then. It's doing that thing. I'm gonna let my kitty cat in. Yeah, it just yeah, log back in. He does it really quick, but I gotta let my kitty cat back in. So I'm gonna wait for him first. I don't want to keep him on hold. Come on, son. Now this one's taking a little while. Maybe I should let the kitty cat in. He's not there yet. Perfect, okay. Come on in, cat. Okay. Good. Is he there yet? Is he there yet? Is he there yet? Boom! 3, 2, 1, admit. I love that screen. Okay, your audio's fine now.
audio, we're back. I've got people from Ireland and Texas checking in. Lexi. All right, these guys are listening to this side of the interview. And wait, so where did I leave off? You said you knew where what?
You said when the police officer rips you out of the car and you guys have a... Right.
So, you know, standing up for your rights and what you believe in comes with doing it properly so you preserve your rights. It's civil disobedience is what it's called. But in the instances that we see, those escalations are because the driver, the citizen, is helping fuel the fire, fan the flame. You never know which cop you're going to get. So, like, for example, you're in a small town. You were talking about dealing with law enforcement there. You know, what if suddenly there's a cop there that is new, or he got reprimanded for doing something, and now you're doing the same thing, making all your admissions and being nice and complying and being cooperative, as you would say, but making all these admissions because you don't know which cop you're ever going to get. That's why it's most important to do what we say, because you could get the cop. Like, even here in California, you know, you're as a medical patient, you have your physician's recommendation. You can carry her up to 8 ounces. And if a cop stops you, you have 8 ounces. Here's my medical record. Okay, well, here, thank you for showing me that. And thank you for showing me that. Come to jail, and then you can prove to the judge that you really are allowed to have
And then they take the cannabis as well. They're going to take your half pound, right? And that you probably never get back. Oh, whatever.
That's why
Psychotic.
you want to protect your rights. And if they do that, and you do what we say, and they have violated your rights, we are going to get it back. And which we have. We've done that, you know, over and over again for people here in California.
It's shameful. It's shameful.
So it's you know, it's up to you, but helping de-escalate the cop who has a hard job. Hey, he comes up to the car at a traffic stop. He could get shot. Happens. It's happened. They don't know what. That's why you want to make them feel comfortable, at ease. They're not at ease when they pull you over. They don't know what the fuck they're gonna walk up to. And if you have tinted windows all the way around, roll all the windows down so they can see in your car. Because they want to know. You roll all your windows. Put your hands right there on the steering wheel, so they can see your hands at all times. And I say this too: when you start your day, give yourself an extra 5 to 7 minutes to get ready to be pulled over. Because wake up, today's the day I might get pulled over. I'm gonna look in the mirror and I'm gonna, why did you pull me over? I'm not discussing my day. Am I being detained? Am I free to go? I invoked the fifth thing. Shut the fuck up. All right, get my daily
You
script.
say it
review.
so fast.
And maybe I'll do it when I'm in the shower. Just taking a shit or sitting in traffic. I just like clockwork. So it's
Right.
there when the intimidating
Right.
cop. When I see the lights and I go, oh fuck, the lights behind me. Shit. And so in those 5 to 7 minutes before you get in your car, walk around it. Make sure all your blinkers work. Make sure that dumb fucking light over your rear license plate is working. Make sure everything is operating. Minimize your exposure to getting pulled over. Especially if you're in the cannabis business and, you know, even with licenses, like I said, they fuck with you. And the black market as well. You know, so you do that, make sure it's all working. Then when you get in your car, license, insurance, and registration. Right here in the visor. Right there. That way, here's your hands on the wheel. You want my stuff, it's right here. And you're not reaching anywhere else to fucking whatever. So they can never say, oh, you reached it over there. You told me to get my thing out of the thing.
I've seen the video of that. I literally saw that gentleman at the gas station. The police officer said, show me your ID. So he went like this to get his wallet. He was an old black gentleman. And that police officer just opened fire on him, man. He was getting his wallet. He asked him for his wallet. Oh, man, how slow do you have to move, man? The Wild West.
It's ridiculous. But so see what we're having to create, what we're having to do is this. This is what I'm gotta tell you to do to increase your chances of survival at a traffic stop. You do this. Keep your hands here. Hey, it's right here, so you minimize your movement, right? The 4 R's. Don't reach, don't run, don't resist, don't run your mouth. You know, that's another little thing we can remember, you know?
Yeah.
And it's going to preserve your rights all the way around. And, you know, like I said, trying to keep a traffic stop from escalating, there's only room for one ego at a traffic stop. You let it be the cop.
I agree. That's fantastic advice, and I totally agree. There's no room for attitude or to try to flex your, it's just the wrong time.
You're not gonna win an argument at a traffic stop.
Yeah, it's the
You're
wrong.
not gonna win.
It's the wrong time to start getting
You know,
angry.
And there's danger with people who get away with their tickets and their tactics, like you explained, because eventually it's going to catch up to you. You're going to say the wrong thing to the wrong cop.
Right.
And
Right.
that's it.
That'd
Like,
be the.
I've had those cases. I had a guy who got busted with like 20 pounds in his trunk, right?
Right.
And he's been doing shit for like 11 years. He's been doing whatever he's doing.
Right.
And he tells me all these stories. I got pulled over and I said this and I did that and nothing ever happened. And so I just did the same thing. I go,
It didn't work the
you
one
did was
time.
Give them the right to search.
Mm.
You gave them the right to search right into your trunk where you had 20 pounds. Dumbass. I went, what the fuck? You know what you have in the trunk. I mean, doing criminal defense, I mean, it's something else. You see a lot. You see a lot of funny things. You see a lot of sad things.
Mm.
And you see a lot of things where we can actually do some good. So it's interesting. It's very interesting.
Wow, man. It blows my mind the amount of information that you've got and the way you focus it and you figured out not bulletproof, but a really good defense for people. And it's just, what I always say on my show, because I'm an off-gridder and I'm always talking about gardening and feeding yourself and things like that, being prepared for anything, trying to do the right thing and stuff like that, is you took all of it, man, and you just said, this is how you protect yourself when it comes right down to it. This is how you do it. And if you do it like this, it's going to make it easy for whoever your legal defense is. This could be somebody in the state of Florida. Let me tell you something. That's where I'm from.
And not only your.
Go ahead.
Where are you from?
Orlando,
From where?
Orlando, Florida.
Right.
It's very strict with cannabis.
Yes. No, this I know. And it's not just legal defense. It's prosecuting a civil claim, right, for violation of your rights. Wrongful death, injuries, all of that. It preserves all of it, and that's why we, just try to do what we've been doing and coming up with all sorts of different ways to teach the script and, ingrain it in people's minds, and especially younger kids, and just, you gotta know your rights.
Right.
You gotta know your rights.
Give me 1 second. My kitty cat literally just tried to open the cabinet where its food is. So let me go do it. It'll just take a second. I'll be right over here.
Hungry. He's hungry.
He's opening
All right, you see the cat? Whoa.
I got the dog and the cat right here next
I know what you're talking about. Was that wow? What's up, Jakey? Like, hey, you guys on Facebook. I was able to tab you in a little bit longer, but you got to make the switch to Twitch. Right down here, twitch.tv specs or whatever. Pop Brothers at Law. This interview has been going for like 3 hours. It's a marathon interview.
It's been going on for 3 hours and 43 minutes, almost 4 hours now.
Well, and I'm going 4 hours and 45 minutes since I first went live. And are you done? Are you done with me?
No,
Okay.
not at all, man. I'd like to actually just tell you a little bit about myself, man. Tell you a little bit about some of the things that we talk about on my show that I think are really important. And I want maybe ask you a couple questions about. Do you guys ever, once with this whole COVID thing happening now, and now with the second wave about to hit, do you consider what you would do if the supply chain broke down? Or would you be out of luck trying to feed yourselves? I mean, this is the kind of thing that we talk about on my show. You're not. You're like, I saw it.
I don't believe that's going to happen.
So, but this is an interesting thing because your whole thing about dealing with the police is be prepared, right? Be prepared for just about, and that script allows you to be prepared for just about anything.
I have the answer. I already have the answer.
Okay.
I know enough people who are prepared for exactly what you're talking about that I have several different places I can take me and my family.
That's great. And that's what you need. And as long as you have that, then you have it. And that's important. But I've got friends of mine.
You know where I would go?
Yeah.
I would go straight to my brother's house because he's ready for all that shit. He has all the guns. I don't have guns.
For you and I, we've got protection. I'm covered, you're covered, and that's fantastic. What I consider is all of the thousands of people that watch us both, watch our broadcasts, that aren't ready for anything that might happen. And like you say, your script will help you in many, many situations, not just a traffic stop, but any kind of an encounter with the police at all. It's good to be able to know how to behave. For the reason I bring it up is because I want people to understand how to feed themselves, and the fact that we are at a point right now in society where we should all be opening up our eyes and saying, hey, man, so how am I going to feed myself if, let's say, I can't go down to the 7-Eleven? Because let me tell you something, brother. The last day I've talked to two people. They both had regular jobs. But one was a bar owner, and the other one, he had another a company. I can't remember what he said he used to do, but he lost his job. He just became a taxi cab driver 2 weeks ago, and she is now looking for odd jobs to do so she can just get by and feed her 3 children. She just told me that they're going to turn off unemployment next month. She's afraid, and she doesn't really know how she's going to get by. And we are at a point right now where there literally are people that are watching my show that I'm friends with they feel like they're at the end of their rope. And I'm trying to give people a little bit of information that they can use to try to survive. You know that I tell people you can even get yourself a tent on Amazon right now. It's $85 and it's got a bed in it. And it's $85, and you could even survive in that if you find yourself a water source and you're able to feed yourself or hunt or blah, blah, blah. This is the kind of thing we talk about from time to time, and I've found that other people that are discussing it now, they're starting to grow gardens and be able to sustain themselves. I'm cooking my own zucchini. I showed you my zucchini that I grew, and I can't wait to eat this one, as a matter of fact. I'm so excited about it, and this other one as well. But everybody can be doing this. And the more people that understand that I can do it and that they can do it, and, you know, I'm growing my own medicine, I'm growing the cannabis. I just think it's a very important topic. And I know that you're not looking maybe in that direction, but maybe if people are interested in that sort of thing, I might be able to help them with questions around that, because I'm completely off grid. I've got 96 panel solar system. It powers my whole home. When PG&E cuts off the power, I keep going. I got a well, and I've got the gardens and the greenhouse year-round growing.
Self-sustaining.
Exactly, self-sustaining, and that's what we talk about. So
That's awesome.
if anybody ever asks you questions, think about me for that, because that's
Absolutely.
one of the big things we talk about. And
Absolutely.
it's fun to be able to eat your own, you know, vegetables, tomato or whatever. I've got some potatoes growing right now. I can't wait. I'm going to be making my own French fries. I got a deep fryer.
Haven't heard. Oh, there's my wife. My wife texted me.
What's she saying? Honey, where are
She
you?
texted me her drink. No, she texted me her drink for tomorrow morning from Starbucks. That she wants me to get.
Oh,
That's it. I'm good.
cool.
I'm just going yet.
Nice.
What do you got for me? What do you want now? What do you want to know next?
All right. So, I thought of this question before, and I was just wondering, what do you like to do when you're not doing lawyering and you're not doing your online stuff, which is it does take up some time. But do you have any, like, spare time hobbies, or is there anything that you're really into that you can share with us?
I like to do my wife.
You sound like my Uncle Milt, man. That is so funny. That is exactly the same type of thing he would say. Well, there's sex. We would be doing sex.
My wife is going to be 50 in November, and she is looking great. She works out every day.
I'm so
like
happy
I
for
do.
you. That's awesome.
Yeah. So, but I mentioned it earlier. One of the things I like to do is watch Hill Street Blues.
Right.
And
That's
I've been watching that. I also watch with my wife. I watch Trevor Noah, the daily social distancing show.
oh, that's
The
good.
Daily Show. I like him.
Oh, I'm
I
glad
like
that
Bill
you.
Maher. I like to like some of that stuff. Bill Maher. And movies. I like movies. I like tons of different movies. I'll watch one movie 800. If I see Tombstone on, forget it. I'm watching wherever. So I start in the beginning, middle, or wherever it's at.
Right. I'm like
gonna
that.
watch it.
I've got movies like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm watching Dexter right now for the 4th time. I'm on the 3rd or 4th season.
They're not good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, those are some of the. And then I got my kids. And my daughter's into basketball, baseball, and stuff. And my other kids have their other little things we do together, and try to spend some time there. But it's all mixed in because the social media and everything we do never stops. My phone weekends doesn't matter. You get rated. People get rated on the weekends.
How many?
Social media don't stop. So
How many kids do you have?
this is what it is. 3 kids. 3 kids. And there it is. There's the 10-minute call. I got 10 minutes.
Okay.
Choose them wisely. What would you like me to say, do? What do you want to hear?
Have you ever experimented? Have you ever experimented with other drugs, or is cannabis the only drug that you've been really experienced?
That's the one. That's the question you want. I got 10 minutes left. Look at me. Of course, I've done everything under the sun.
Fuck yeah! I love this guy! Oh my god, I love this guy! That is the best answer you could have ever given me, bro. I love it. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Oh, you don't have to pontificate on that. You're right. We only have 10 minutes. Let's talk about something else. You're just real as fuck, and I love it. Oh, I love that shit.
Wait.
You destroyed it.
If I were to tell you, well, no, I've never done any other drugs other than cannabis. Would you believe Would you believe me?
No, but you know what? That's your position that you would take, and I happen to have my own personal observations and my own personal beliefs, and I wouldn't impose that on you or my audience. That's between you and what you want to say to the world, and if it's none of our business, it's none of our fucking business. You know what I mean?
No, it's nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. Here, let me answer what I believe to be just a wasted question.
I told you we could move on. I was like, dude, that's all I need to know is how real you are. You're real as fuck. Okay, let's move on to let's do,
No. I have to answer.
All right.
The question.
Okay.
I have done every single drug there is.
Wow.
In my younger life.
That was available at that time.
You can do a whole other show on that.
Right.
That's what you want to know.
Oh yeah, man. That is a question that I get asked by my audience. They want to know if I've ever experimented. The one I get asked the most is mushrooms. They're like, have you ever messed around with mushrooms? Because that's legal now in Colorado.
Yes.
So it's a very common question.
Yeah. Mushrooms, ecstasy, crack, fucking everything.
Yeah.
Come on, I've done it all.
Yeah.
One time, right?
I've got
Well,
wonderful
that's pretty
stories.
awesome.
I've got wonderful stories around all of those drugs as well. I usually don't share them with my audience. But yeah, I've been there, done that, man. Because growing up in Florida, Orlando, right in the middle of the state, it's basically I was surrounded by a lot of access,
All right, so don't waste the next question.
Okay. All right. I'm not gonna waste it.
I need at least 2 minutes and 43 seconds to do the slam poem. If you were thinking of still having me do that.
What is that? What is that?
Oh, that's funny. The trendy dabber. Yeah, who's the tattoo? Who's the tattoo guy?
It's Eddie.
Trendy tattoo.
Eddie Haynes.
I think he was in my live asking if I was going to do the slam on the interview. So you don't know what that is?
No, what is the slam?
Okay. Oh boy, nice. All right. So the slam. So about 10 years ago, I wrote a poem. And because when I get upset, angry, frustrated, I write. And so I was frustrated with my criminal defense clients who weren't shutting the fuck up. And I wrote this poem, and I wrote it, and I put it away. And then in 2015, when all this started happening, I was cleaning my office out, and I found it. I tweaked it a little bit. And my brother had mentioned earlier, one of our clients, when we do these, we went with Secret Sesh.
I saw that video today of you reciting the poem. I love it, and absolutely recite it on here. Yes, I did see that. And go ahead. Go ahead and do it.
So the story behind that is, because I know when I wrote it, I had no intention of ever. I just wrote it from my feelings and my anger and just whatever.
Right.
Purge, right? And so this all started going down, and it's like, wow, it's really. And I tweaked it a little bit, and then what you saw, that performance that you were referring to, I think it's the same one where I'm on the stage. Was I wearing a purple outfit? Do you remember?
No, you were. I thought you were standing next to your brother, reciting it. I thought.
Oh, I might have been.
I thought you were outside.
He was up there too. Yeah, because we do the script together on stage, and then I do the poem. But how it started was these clients of ours that throw these things were at our office, and I said, you know what? I found this. Let me know what you think. And I read it to them, and they were like, "Fuck, dude, you got to come and do that on stage." I said, "Oh, okay." You know, I'm a performer. I'll go on stage. So I went and I did that, and then it became this. I was getting flown to different events and places to open for like musical acts and
Awesome.
do this as an opening act here, and then events and sessions and cannabis cups and,
Nice,
and all
man.
that stuff. And then, so that over the last 5 years, I've been doing, and then I'm getting paid and flown to play, like an artist, to go, get my plane ticket and my hotel and my flight and boom, boom, boom. In fact, we were booked for a 3-city tour before the pandemic hit to go to Chicago, Oklahoma, and Boston.
Crazy, man.
And then the pandemic hit,
Oh.
So, whenever they get 10,000 people together again,
You guys will
figure
do it.
out. But
Yeah.
I started doing all that, and then when the pandemic hit, as I mentioned in the very beginning, I started going live more and doing all this shit, and people started, hey, do the slam poem. So they would write slam in the comments, and so okay, I'll do it. And then over the past couple of weeks, whenever I go live, it gets requested, and I was like doing it like almost every day. And my brother hates it. And rule of thumb, when it comes to the Pop Brothers at Law and their videos and the things we've put out there over the last 5 years, if my brother says to me, "That's just fucking dumb, you're dumb," it's a hit, and everybody's gonna love it. That's the litmus test for what we put out. And although I think it's growing on him. And
Good.
So now, actually, just last week, I said I was on. Someone requests. I said I can't do it. I'm not going to do it anymore. It's too much. I'm doing it too much. I appreciate those who want to see it a lot, but I can't. Every Friday we do the script challenge. Shut the fuck up Friday. I'm going to do it then. But if I'm on live and there's 20 people, 30 people, 100 people, 200 people watching, and somebody requests it, I'm going to say thank you, but no. But if everybody in the room writes slam, everybody, whether it's 30 people, 100, whatever, and we get all sorts of ranges of when we go live, the amounts of people that are watching. And so that's happened a couple times where everybody in the room wrote slam, and they wanted to hear it.
Nice.
And then the other exception I make is I will do it on interviews like this, and when we're getting ready to wrap up, I'm happy to close out with the slam poem, and it caught fire when I did it. It's really interesting because what I'll do is when I've appeared at these events and functions and stuff, and especially the concerts, like the Alcoholics.
Is that
Rap group from,
no?
rap group from the '90s.
What are they
No,
called?
big rap group from the '90s. The Alcoholics.
No, never heard of them.
They're a big rap group from the '90s, and
Huh?
they were doing a tour a couple years ago, and they started in Vegas, and they had me come open for them, doing the poem, right? And when I go out there, I start talking. Who don't know fuck I am? They're there to listen to music,
Right?
and I was always hesitant. Like, are you sure you guys want me to do this? I'm an old Jewish man, and this is a rap crowd, and and they're like, no, man, they got to know their rights, and they'll listen. Just go. I was the first time I did that. I was like, wow, okay. And I went out there, and I start talking, and people are like, they're listening, and they're like, where's, whatever, blah blah blah. And I go, and this is how we really try to teach you your rights. And then I start in with this slam poem, and then the chattering stops, and the mouths go, and the phones go up, and I do it.
Right.
So that's
Hey.
that's what the slam poem is.
Excellent. Hey.
I think actually, you know what? If you got one more question before I do that, and then I'm gonna have to get out of here.
Okay.
Or I can just do it.
I'm just going to use this moment to say thank you so much for doing this. I really, you're the second interview I've done on my channel, and it's
Really?
the first interview was Danger Man, the urban superhero. He goes around to schools in LA, and he talks to kids about danger, how to avoid danger. He's an older man. He wears a whole costume, and he's got the Danger Mobile, and he's making a movie, and he's kind of gaining popularity. You're probably going to hear about him eventually. But I've known about him for years, and he doesn't get a lot of attention on YouTube because he's in real life. He's going around doing stuff, And when Eddie told me he was hooking it up with you guys, and I went and I checked out what you guys were doing, I was like, oh man, these guys are great, man. I can't wait to do this interview. It's my second one on the live stream, because people have been watching me do this show now for probably for the live stream now for 5 years. Since live streaming was probably available on YouTube, I've been doing it, and it's become a daily thing 3 times a day. But the interviews is a whole new thing. And I really appreciate you guys being our second interview, man. I've had thousands and thousands of people come through watching this show, but you make it so much better, for me to be able to have someone like you on here. Thank you.
Well, this is definitely the longest interview I've ever done for somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm digging it. It's cool.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
I like reaching the people. We like getting the word out there and educating.
I think you
showing
guys-
the cannabis.
You guys are ready for Rogan. You guys are ready for Rogan now.
Hey, he's ready for us. All right.
All right.
What do you say?
Let's do it.
Do I give it to you?
Yes.
Give you the slam?
Yes.
I'm gonna slam it.
Hold up my lighter, man.
Yeah, it's a little thing. All right, let me. Okay. All right, I'm gonna dedicate this. Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Sorry, my battery pack there. All right. All right, so this is called Am I Being Detained or Am I Free to Go? A slam poem by the Pop Brothers at Law exclusively tonight for the interview with Trendy as Dabber, not Ass, Trendy as Dabber,
That's correct.
TRENDAS Dabber. The interview that has been the longest interview of my interview career at, what are we at, 4 hours?
4 hours and 6 minutes.
4 hours and 6 minutes, and I have been live streaming for 5 hours and 8 minutes.
Wow.
And as promised, I give you the slam poem. Am I being detained or am I free to go? So, here it is.
Okay.
Am I being detained or am I free to go? This is what to say. My lawyer tells me so. The cops are out there doing a job sometimes they must contain a mob. A thankless job that saves many lives. At their home are worried children, husbands, and wives. But does that give them the right to stomp on my rights? So we are here for you, the cannabis community, to fight. To let you know it's okay to just shut the fuck up when cops ask questions. You start with I'm not discussing my day, end with I invoke the fifth. This ain't suggestions. These are words to live by, to memorize. See, it's not about the size of that cop's gun, because they want you to run. So they can put that macho gun and shoot you for fleeing the scene. Some cops are just plain mean. We must shut it off, shut it down, those feelings of anger that instantly come around when that cop has to show his power and his might without cause, without reason, and we know they're not right. We must remain calm, keep the devil sleeping on the left shoulder. We must be cold, even colder. Ice must flow through your veins to shut that heat. The blood that rushed your brain straight from your feet. When that cop disrespected you because you wouldn't tell him what that smell was? And he accuses you of a pop DUI because he absolutely knows that's your buzz. But see, they can't tell and they don't know. Only if you tell them so. Oh, officer, I smoked a joint a few hours ago. Officer, here's my medical rec. Officer, I'm a marijuana patient. We live in America. Prohibition still exists. That cop's going to do whatever he's going to do. 50-50, he arrests you. Give us a chance to represent you with a defense that's blazing. Let us show you in court we're amazing. But we can only do that if you listen to our tips. Now, let me see you move your lips. You know the drill. When the cops ask questions, we say, I'm not discussing my day. Am I being detained or am I free to go? I invoke the fifth, and then you shut the fuck up. It's all about what you say and what you do. We have given you the script. We are telling you what to say. We are telling you what to do. We put your hands up in protection mode. But should you take a shot to the jaw, we will be here fighting for the cannabis community and all citizens because we are the Pop Brothers at law.
Amazing. Amazing. And I gotta tell you, your fans that watch me, they're on my live stream. Billy and Enoch right now, they're like, hashtag shut the fuck up. And Billy's like, I wish I could do that all the time the way you rhyme. They love you, man.
Yeah. Thank you so much for
Yes.
the time.
Yes.
For the immense amount of time.
Yes.
Hey, it went by pretty quick. I guess if people like it and listen, and we can teach and reach more people, all the better. And we'll have you. We're doing our Shut the Fuck Up show. On Twitch, and we'll get you on. We'll bring you in and interview on our show as well.
Oh, that'd be fun, man. Thank you so much for the invite. Well, I want to conference call you guys, hopefully tomorrow if you guys are available at some point. I'll send you an email.
Oh, Sabaz,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You take care.
All right, it was a great time. I will.
Yes.
See you soon.
Okay, brother. Love from NorCal. Oh,
Absolutely.
and enjoy that oil. Enjoy that triage oil. TriageOil.com if you want to check it out and see all the 50 uses and see the psoriasis from my neighbor's knee, triageoil.com, and also restream.io to go broadcast all your shows across all. You'll get there. You're going to love it, bro, because they're going to have every format. You're just going to click on them and add, click and add, click and add, click and add. You just add all your stuff, and then you hit go live, and boom, you're broadcasting to all of your. You'll see. Call me. I gave you my number. You call me any time of day or night if you have a question about it or anything.
I appreciate that. I will. And I gotta get a few things out before I close where we can get it, where people can catch us.
Oh, great.
All of our stuff. We're Instagram, POT_brothers_@_law. And on Twitter, it's the Wasp Law. And we're on Facebook, Pot Brothers at Law, YouTube channel, Pot Brothers at Law. And please follow Cannabis Talk 101, the podcast on iHeartRadio, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast. And of course, Pot Brothers at Law on Twitch TV and Cannabis Talk 101 on Twitch TV. We're going to be going live at 4:20 p.m. every day, probably starting in the next week or so on Cannabis Talk 101. So
wow, great.
We have lots of ways to educate, medicate, show that stoners are successful, change the stigma, and remember, shut the fuck up when cops ask questions.
That's right. All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay. Wow. Wow. What a show, huh? Holy moly. All right. Let me see what I got back here. I got that going on. Wow, man. I mean, I'm speechless, which does not happen that often. Oh, I see. Wow. Okay, give me a second here. There we go. Hell yeah. Cadillac on 22s. I ain't done nothing in life but stay true. But pimp my voice, Mac these beats. Pray to the Lord for these Mississippi streets. Yeah. Yeah. Cadillac on 20. He's like, Cadillacs on 22s. I ain't done nothing in life but stay true. Pimp my voice and ride and pimp my voice and Mac these beats. Pray to the Lord for these Mississippi streets. Yeah, streets. Yeah. I gotta get that timing right. Dude went on and on. Oh, I loved it, man. It made it easy because I wanted him to talk, man. I wanted to make this the longest fucking interview of all time. In fact, I'm going to stop this in 6 minutes and make it 4 hours and 20 minutes long. That's what I'm going to do. It's going to be awesome. 4 hour, 20-minute interview with Pot Brothers. They were great. They were great, man. That was so much fun. I'm so tired my eyes are going crooked. But you guys asked some good questions. You know, you guys offered up some good questions and I asked them some good ones. And it turned out that they actually had some stuff to talk about, which was great, man. It was great. We got into some really personal things, you know, and it was a lot of fun. Really get in there and just, you know, because you can watch a 2.5, 3 hour Joe Rogan and they never get personal. They just talk about current events you know, what it's like in the comedy club, you know, what it's like hunting, what it's like, you know, a lot of them, they don't get personal. But it's nice to hey, what kind of pets do you have? You know? It's fucking cool, man. We had a nice thing to talk about when we start talking about pets. Really awesome. I wonder if Facebook got shut down at 4 hours. Dude, you see my eyes like wandering and shit? Because I'm so tired? What's up with that, man? Honda's on 15s. On the stove, I got pinto beans. Is he saying pinto beans? Oh, got a pot of beans. Pot of beans for the boys. Rogan's like, he wants to go outside. I know what you want, buddy. He's being difficult. Hang in there, buddy. All right, we're going out in less than 3 minutes. I'm going to end the show. All right, you have a good night too, Kat. Thank you so much for enjoying the broadcast. It was it's really enjoyable for me, man. I really wanted to get to know these guys. I like them. I enjoyed it. It got hot. I had to take my jacket off because I got warm. I don't know what that was, man. I was like, man, I'm getting kind of warm. Right? Take my jacket off because I got the AC blowing on my back the whole time. You know? I've been hiding my yawns tonight too. Like, I only did that a couple times though. Bad Blue Draws, top of the hours. Cheers, everybody. That's right, it is top of the hours. Cheers. No law regarding cannabis, everybody. Thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. And I'm going to end this thing in a minute and a half. It's over. So, good night. Thank you guys for being a fantastic audience. I only had to block one person in 4 hours and 20 minutes. I only had to block one person, guys, from the chat. I was so impressed with that. So, congratulations on that. You guys have a great night. Hey! Did you push your bone under the printer like you're not supposed to do? Stop doing that. Get that back there. There you go. Hey, get that off of my fucking foot before you bite down on my goddamn heel. Goddamn 1,300 pounds of goddamn pit bull mouth pressure. All right. You guys, thanks again. Y'all take care. This one goes out to Pop Brothers at Law. Thank you, Pop Brothers.